Yes, I can hear you.
Welcome, everyone. We are going to go ahead and get started here with the meeting. I now call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It is Tuesday, April 11, 2023. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Sol.
Here.
Mr. Presberdia.
Here.
Ms. Dern.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Mr. Sweet.
Present.
Chair LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Salatal.
Here.
Mr. Cross.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Mr. Voland.
Happy to be here.
And Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Scouts BSA will be presenting the colors.
Room attention. Color guard attention. Color guard advance. Color guard, present the flag of the United States. Troop salute. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. 2. Color guard, place the flags. Color guard dismissed. Thank you for giving the Eagle Scout class of 2022 the privilege of leading the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Ms. Dern, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our active movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. Next, minutes of previous meetings. Mr. Vice Chair, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of February 7, 2023, the special meeting of March 3, 2023, Boards and Commissions, the special meeting of March 3, 2023, routine contracts, and the special meeting of March 16, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson, seeking unanimous consent on the approval of the minutes. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the minutes from the previous meetings the regular meeting of February 7, 2023, the special meeting of March 3, 2023, boards and commissions, the special meeting of March 3, 2023, routine contracts, and the special meeting of March 16, 2023 are approved. Next is the mayor's report, and I understand, Mr. Colhase, that someone else will be providing the report tonight. Is that you, Mr. Byrd?
Madam Chair, thank you. Yes, Mr. Byrd will be reading the mayor's report. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, good evening, everyone. It is great to see you all here tonight. The mayor is out tonight. I'd like to talk about the state basketball champs that were recognized in the past week. Over the course of the last 2 weeks, the mayor had the distinct privilege of honoring 5 high school state championship basketball teams. I see one of them is here in the audience. What's special is that all 5 of these teams hail from our city. This year we saw Anchorage teams win state titles in 3 of 4 state classifications. The Lumen Christi girls won their first 1A state championship. The Grace Christian Grizzly boys and girls each claimed 3A titles, and this was the first title for the Grace girls. In the girls 4A category, the ACS girls continued their dominance, beating Wasilla by double digits, and those same ACS girls have now won 7 straight state titles, and they carried a 100-game winning streak into that championship game. And the East High boys, who looks like are here tonight, were the underdogs going into the final, somewhat unusual for an East team, but they pulled out an impressive victory over top-seeded West Valley to clinch their title. It's an honor to have 5 Anchorage teams in one sport claim victory. The mayor hosted each team for lunch at City Hall and presented proclamations to each athlete. Local businesses like Tasty Freeze, Great Alaska Pizza Company, and McDonald's donated food for the kids. On behalf of the mayor, I'd like to congratulate all of these athletes and also thank the businesses and the teachers who supported these efforts to honor them. I'd also like to talk about the mayor's community grants. As a reminder, the mayor's community grant application period is open and applications will be accepted until April 28th. Our goal is to push grant awards out the door and into the hands of recipients faster than last year. Over 30 organizations representing all walks of life were supported last year by the mayor's community grants. We encourage nonprofits and civic organizations to apply for funding as we work to build a vibrant and dynamic Anchorage. If applicants have questions, they can contact Trista Espy or myself, Mario Byrd, in the mayor's office. Finally, I'd like to discuss the confirmation of Ann Helzer. The Assembly tonight will deliberate on the confirmation of Ann Helzer as municipal attorney. I think we can all agree that Ann has worked incredibly hard to get up to speed and familiar with the issues our city is facing. She's providing a stabilizing force for the administration and the city. We think that she's a great candidate. We hope that the Assembly thinks so too, and will allow Ann's character, her moral compass, and her work ethic that we've seen to speak for themselves. That's all for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. Next is the Assembly Chair's report. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight, whether you're joining us here in the chambers or online, and congratulations to all the basketball players out there. We have some pretty talented and accomplished young people in our community. That is for sure. Congratulations to the graduates of the Anchorage Fire Department Academy class of 2023-01. I was happy to attend the April 1 ceremony along with Vice Chair Constant and members Zelatel and Dern. We are so fortunate that this group of new graduates is willing to serve our community in this critical public safety role. A willingness of individuals to serve our community as municipal employees is what enables our local government to provide services such as police protection, fire protection, snow plowing, public transit, and parks maintenance to residents and visitors. Those services also rely on people performing accounting, purchasing, legal, administrative, permitting, and other functions. Thanks to all the hardworking employees of the municipality who have chosen to serve our community in this way. Thanks also to the voters for participating in the April 5 regular municipal election, and a heartfelt thank you to the election officials who continue to finalize election results. Certification is scheduled for the regular assembly meeting of April 25 in 2 weeks. Last week, the Assembly learned in the Public Safety Committee meeting that the implementation of body cameras is further delayed. Given that the voters approved funding for body cameras 2 years ago, this is unacceptable. At our next rules meeting, I will bring this topic up with members so the Assembly can discuss options and plan possible paths forward. Tonight is a full agenda, and there are multiple laid on the table items that are not on the published agenda. As a courtesy to members of the public following along, our staff will be posting live updates on our homepage with links to meeting documents. You can find this at muni.org/assembly under the news section on the homepage. A quick note on procedure. When the mayor brings forward legislation, the practice is that it is submitted by the chair of the assembly at the request of the mayor. The chair does not see such documents in advance and is not a co-sponsor. And some folks have reached out with questions on an S version that was submitted pertaining to facial recognition, and I just wanted to let everyone know that for our processes, you will often see something brought forward by the administration that says that it is submitted by the chair. And then finally, I want to remind everyone that we have a special meeting scheduled for next Tuesday, April 18. We'll be back here again next week at the Assembly Chambers, and members should keep that in mind, that April 18 and April 25 are both available for items that may need to be postponed tonight. So there is that option. And we do have a particularly full agenda tonight, a number of recognition resolutions on the agenda. It's my intent later to ask for a motion to change the order of the day. So we take up the recognition resolutions, and then we take up the appointment of the youth member to the assembly and the municipal attorney. And then after that, we may have some swearing-in ceremonies, and then we'll go ahead and break for dinner. So just to let folks know what I will be asking the body for in terms of changing the order. So we do have a particularly full agenda tonight, and again, thank you all so very much for being here. It is great to have a full house. The Scouts are here. Thank you for being here. I see other young people, and at a certain point, we will ask you to come up and introduce yourselves. I want to remind everyone this is a business meeting, and we are here to do the work of the municipality. Please help create a climate of respect in the chambers. Please refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, and pacing. Please keep any signs to 8.5 by 11 inches in size. Please also keep the aisle here clear except when lined up to testify or receiving a recognition resolution. Please also do not approach the dais. If you have something to share with the members, you can hand it to Mr. Turner down here in the lower dais, who is with the clerk's office, and he will distribute it. Please do stop speaking if a point of order is called, so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the individual may be asked to leave. And if you are here to testify on a public hearing item, which will be later on in the agenda after we address the consent agenda, when you come forward, do please state your name, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live. Please stay on topic and direct comments to me or other people on the dais. I may interrupt you if you're off topic. It's also helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments or have suggestions for amendments. You'll have 3 minutes, and community council representatives will have 5 minutes. And then please do keep in mind that assembly members don't typically answer questions during the period of public testimony. That comes later during the debate portion or during the break, as public testimony is the public's time to speak. And with that, we will now move on to committee reports.
Madam Chair. Just a
Go
quick-
ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Constant.
quick point of information. In your instructions, your notes, it's true that we ask members of the public not to clap when we have certain items on the agenda, except for 2 categories. One would be recognition resolutions, and the other would be confirmations. And so, except for those things that happened tonight, please, is that a correct interpretation?
I think that is a correct interpretation of our practice.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And Yes, we generally ask for folks to refrain from clapping during testimony, but the Vice Chair is correct. When there is a recognition resolution, and there have been a few other instances as well, it is appropriate to clap. Thank you. So we'll go on to committee reports. I will start to my right with Mr. Solt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a real quick update from the AEDC. They're looking to start a 501c3 corporation, and that's really around grant funding for charitable, educational, and scientific activities, so they can develop a land trust to start helping develop downtown Anchorage with parking lots where they would own the land, but then allow others to build on that land. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. And I'm not sure, Mr. Perez Verdia, if I know you were dialed in, if you were available.
Yep, I'm here.
Is there anything to report?
Yes, I'm Chair. I'm here.
Great, go
Thank
ahead.
you, Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Perez.
Actually, I'm going to ask my co-chair of the Public Safety Committee, Mr. Cross, to give an update on that committee, and I have no other update. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez Verdia. Ms. Dern?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Chugiak Eagle River Chamber of Commerce has been meeting regularly, and their program for business after hours has been going on, and they are also very eager to dive into the work of planning and executing this year's Bear Paw Festival. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dern. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few things. There will be a special meeting of the Assembly's Housing and Homelessness Committee tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 12 noon at City Hall, room 155, with one item on the agenda, discussion on implementation of the demobilization plan that we're going to have before us today. The regular meeting of the Housing and Homelessness Committee will be next Wednesday, April 19th, from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at City Hall, room 155. We will review expenditure of alcohol tax funds of emergency shelter, continue discussion on demobilization as needed, discuss a possible code change to camp abatement, and more. Last, there will be a meeting of the Municipal Audit Committee on Thursday, April 20th from 1:20 to 2:20 p.m. at City Hall, room 155. We will review Internal Audit Report 2023-01 on the Training Center operations at AFD, the 2023 Affirmative Action Plan, and continue our discussions on PVRs, performance value results, and fund balance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Sweet?
Nothing to report, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweet. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'll defer to the Vice Chair. Enterprise Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On Friday, we had a work session on the Port of Alaska Modernization Program. It was basically a special meeting of the Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee. We had a really great discussion. We were able to discuss what the recommendation for the seismic resiliency of the port would be for the design, particularly as we move into the design of the first cargo dock. You'll see us take up some items tonight as to that recommendation, as well as a designer of record. And a designer of record, what that allows us to do is we're at a 30% design, but it allows us to move forward to a design that will allow us to move towards construction. So really exciting momentum on the port. We also discussed some needs for modifying how we're going about the construction on the administration building for the port, which is slated to happen this summer. So again, both those items are before us, but really great discussion on Friday, and we really appreciate the participation of the Port Modernization Program leads and the Geotechnical Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Cross?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. On April 5th, we had a Public Safety Committee meeting of the whole. During that conversation, Chief Schrage with the Anchorage Police Department did provide information regarding a remarkable number of fatalities that have occurred this year through the Anchorage Fire Department, almost all of which could be attributed to disabled smoke detectors. So we want to make sure that the public is aware that that is a great concern. Almost nearly all these fatalities could have been prevented with functioning smoke detectors in your homes. Please take this seriously. Do not just unplug them, pull the batteries out. We've seen a dramatic increase in loss of life in the last year, and so this is a clearly preventable tragedy. And so we are encouraging the public to be cognizant of those devices in your homes. Also, additionally, disheartening, it was Chief Michael Curl and Chief Sean Case with the Anchorage Police Department did provide information that negotiations with the Police Officers Union have stagnated and that they've delayed any further conversation regarding body cameras until the fall. We'll probably, as an assembly, either have to have a special work session and maybe even, I suggest perhaps an executive session so that we can get the union. There is some confidential matters where they don't want to speak about with the negotiations, but I think the assembly is probably going to have to take a more proactive role in this. It's been nearly 2 years, and we've received information that's been progressing, but it does not seem as if that is I would say an accurate statement, and perhaps things have changed, but it's very alarming that now 2 years after having funded and now they've actually purchasing equipment, and yet we can't use that equipment. And now we're talking about the fall without any further conversation regarding police body cameras. And so this is a grave concern, and I look forward to working with the Assembly to resolve this issue and see if we can't move this matter forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Cross, for that update. I actually remember when we worked on the levy, it was in January of 2021. I think we brought it forward. So we're beyond 2 years now and definitely need to get those out on the street, benefit both police officers and the public. Meg Zeltile and I are the co-chairs of the Budget and Finance Committee, and we will be meeting next Thursday, as we typically do, in room 155 from 12:10 to 1:10. At those meetings, we go through our budget to actual, sort of where we are on the FY23 budget. Of course, we have first quarter budget revisions coming up. We will have special work sessions to discuss those, but may touch on some of the first quarter budget revision topics if those arise at the meeting. I had asked Adam Trombley as Chief of Staff to give an update on ARPA and where we are with the second tranche. We appropriated that, I think, a year ago, and Felix is nodding, yeah, Mr. Rivera. But I believe that the latest update from Mr. Trombley was that only about half of the funds had gotten out into the community. So now with Mr. Trombley gone, I'm not sure, Mr. Byrd, if you'll be taking over ARPA or who will be giving us those updates, but just something to keep in mind. I think Desiree is going to reach out about putting that agenda together. Other than that, I think we're going to talk a little bit about the alcohol tax. Our understanding is that there is $11 million left from 2022. Keep in mind the whole revenue for the year is about $15 million. I am struggling to figure out how we did not spend over 2/3 of the alcohol tax, which of course is for our mobile crisis team, benefits children and families through programs that prevent child abuse, sexual assault, domestic violence, and early education. So just a little disappointing to hear that news. I know that the health department has made great progress this year and has gotten the funds out, and we see tonight a couple items on our agenda. So great to see that, but we'll look forward to getting more information, and that will be my last committee meeting, so maybe we'll do something fun.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleague brought up the mobile crisis team, and folks may know that that is a recurring conversation that we've been having in the Health Policy Committee, is how can we pursue that integrated model where we have 24/7 operations of both the mobile crisis team under the fire department and then the mobile intervention team under the police department, and that they could respond appropriately to various levels of mental health calls. In lieu of having our regular committee meeting this month, I opted to convene a smaller working group with a couple of my colleagues, members Quinn Davidson and Zalatel, and as well as members of the administration and of the fire department and the police department. I think we had a really productive conversation, It's frustrating to have to circle back and sort of retrace our steps because information was sort of in motion and then lost. But I left the meeting feeling encouraged and looking forward to our first quarter budget revisions and hopeful that we can really work together collaboratively to make that go, because I think it will really serve the community well. I too share my colleagues' concern over the lack of implementation of body-worn cameras. I think at this point it is unacceptable. It is inexcusable. I have let our Assembly Council know that I'm interested in doing whatever the Assembly can to codify our own policy at this point, and then also just to look at what other levers we can apply to help get this thing moving. And I'll just flag for the administration that perhaps at our next Public Safety Committee meeting, I'd like to have access to all requests for arbitration that the municipality of Anchorage has received from the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association, and all requests for arbitration that the municipality of Anchorage has sent to the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association. Because I want to make sure that those talks, those negotiations are actually happening. Lastly, I'll just say that the other thing that I learned about the fire danger was to make sure you clean the lint out of your laundry. What is it called, Kevin? A tube? I don't know. It's like the dryer vent. That stuff is very flammable. So that was a takeaway for me. Not just the tray, but the actual vent. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Community and Economic Development Committee met on April 6th and received a presentation from Mr. Solt about short-term rentals. We also discussed non-traditional housing and building materials. We had an update on community council boundaries, which we review every 10 years. And there was also a discussion about third-party plan review. The next Community and Economic Development Committee meeting will be at 9 a.m. on April 20th at the Permet Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Before we take up the addendum, we are going to address the laid on the table items, and those have been just passed out in the red folder to members on the dais. I want to also remind members of the public that documents that are laid on the table are available at muni.org/assembly. If you go to the news section on the homepage, you can access those documents. So has everybody received their red folder? Okay, I was just conferring with the clerk to confirm that we have 4 supplemental items, and I will start with the supplemental items which do not require a vote in order to be laid on the table. They just need to be read into the record. And then we have 5 items that require a vote of 8 members in order to be laid on the table. So I will start with the supplemental items. The first supplemental item is under new business. It is item 10D18A, memorandum number AM 275-2023A, appointment of youth representative and alternate youth representatives to the Anchorage Assembly. This is an A version, which is a substitute version of the item that was submitted for the agenda. The next supplemental item is item 14D2, ordinance number AO 2023-35S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 3.102, municipal use of surveillance technologies to ban the acquisition, use, or accessing of facial recognition technology with limited exceptions, and to reorganize the chapter. Assembly Chair LaFrance, on behalf of the mayor. Item 14D3, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 279-2023. And then the last supplemental item, 14I2, Information Memorandum Number AIM 86-2023, Board of Ethics Advisory Opinion Number 2022-10, issued in response to requests from Assembly Chair LaFrance for guidance on the interpretation of AMC 1.15.060 regarding conflicts of interest. So we will move on to the laid on the table items that require a motion and then a vote of 8 members. The first is an appearance request, Mita DeWitt. Is there a motion to lay this item on the table?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Do you want to speak to it, Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. We received a late request from Ms. DeWitt to be on the agenda, but it was a continuation from the last meeting in which she was also requested, but we didn't get it processed. And so we wanted to make sure it was timely in the sense that because it was a request from last week, but we just had the paperwork to move it forward, that we got this addressed tonight. So I urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this appearance request on the table.
Mr. Perez-Verdia, how do you vote?
The motion is approved 11-0. We will come back to resolutions for action later. The next item to be laid on the table would be item 10D24, if approved, Assembly Memorandum Unnumbered AM, Recommendation of Award to GHD-WSP Joint Venture, GHD-WSP-JV, to provide design services for the Port of Alaska Modernization Program, PAMP Cargo Terminal 1. For the municipality of Anchorage, Port of Alaska, $10,752,851. Is there a motion to lay this item on the table?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel, on the reasons for why this item needs to be laid on the table?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. We actually took this up at the work session on Friday. It just missed the addendum deadline. We did discuss it and let members know that it would be laid on the table, and it was distributed as soon as it was available, so it has been available to them. Could you please repeat the number for the item, should it pass?
Yes, it will be item 10D Delta 24. Seeing no other members in the queue,
Madam Chair, may I ask a point of information?
go ahead, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Thank you. Ms. Alto, could you just describe why it needs to be laid on the table versus coming through the next meeting?
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson, and I might rely on the acting municipal manager, but my understanding is that the contract under consideration is time-sensitive, that we're running up against a deadline for which they would have to start over with the negotiations.
Mr. Kohlhase?
Madam Chair, if I may, I would ask Mr. Rebuffo to briefly address the need for laying this on the table. Sorry, Steve.
Welcome, Mr. Rebuffo.
Yep. Through the chair, Steve Rebuffo, Director of the Port of Alaska. We've been, the successful bidder on this contract was selected several months ago, and we've been in negotiations with the contract. We're at the point where everybody's in agreement, and as mentioned, time is of the essence. We would like to very quickly get started on taking the 30% design that Jacobs has given us and begin to move it to 100%, so we can take just a year to do that and be ready to put it out for put construction out for contract.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Ms. Quinn-Davidson? Great. Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay the unnumbered memorandum on the table.
Mr. Perez-Verdia, how do you vote?
Yes.
The motion to lay the item on the table is approved 11-0. Again, this will be item 10D, Delta 24. The next item to be laid on the table, which also requires a vote of 8, if approved, will be item 10D, Delta 25. It is an unnumbered assembly memorandum. Increase to change order authority for contract C-2022-001092 with STG Pacific LLC, STGP for Port of Alaska Modernization Program, PAMP, Design Bill Services for the Port of Alaska Administration Building in an amount not to exceed $1,788,636. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. I would turn to the acting municipal manager to explain why this needs to be laid on the table, as I believe it was intended to make the addendum.
Through the chair to Member Zalatel, it was intended to make the addendum. It ended up for a variety of being held up in OnBase, and we weren't able to get it submitted by the noon deadline on Thursday. So we did bring it up at the meeting on the work session on Friday, requesting to lay it on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kohlhaas. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay the unnumbered memorandum on the table.
Mr. Perez-Verdia, how do you vote?
Yes.
The motion is approved 12-0. The next item, which also requires a vote of 8 in order to be laid on the table, would be item 10D, Delta 26, if approved. It is an unnumbered assembly memorandum, amendment number 7, to contract with Matthew Mikulski, attorney at law for indigent defense for the municipality of Anchorage, Municipal Law Department, $39,000. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant. A motion to lay it on the table has been moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. And this is an item that is from the administration, and so I would turn to Mr. Kohlhaas if you could speak to the urgency to lay this item on the table.
Madam Chair, I apologize. I was conferring with Mr. Byrd. Can you remind me which item this is? I'm sorry.
Sure, this is an unnumbered memorandum, amendment number 7, to contract with Matthew Mikulski, attorney at law for indigent defense.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask Acting Municipal Attorney Ann Helzer to speak to that. Thank you.
Ms. Helzer?
Through the chair, this is Acting Municipal Attorney Ann Helzer. This is a contract that we needed to be extended for the Indigent Defense Legal Fund. And I'm going to invite our municipal attorney, Ben Bowman, to discuss it. Thank you.
And Mr. Bowman, if you could speak to the question as to why this item needs to be laid on the table.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, members of the Assembly, this item is a contract through which we offer For municipal prosecutions, this is how we offer defense to indigent defendants. Specifically, this contract is a secondary contract for individuals for whom our primary defense contractor, when they have a conflict, it goes to this. There's been a significantly higher level of conflicts from our primary contractor in the recent past, and we are actually in the process, working through with purchasing to go out to bid on this project right now. But as of April 1, this contract is expired. And so we are coming back to you to get 3 option extensions for 3 months, $13,000 per month, to try and get us through the RFP process, get a new contract in place. But as it stands today, we don't actually have conflict counsel dedicated for indigent defense.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So you need this so that we can get conflict counsel in place, and that's why it's time sensitive?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay the unnumbered memorandum on the table.
Mr. Perez-Vardilla, how do you vote?
Yes.
The motion is approved 12-0. Before I ask for a motion to incorporate the laid on the table items with the addendum, I want to note that item 10G6 was incorrectly placed in ordinances and resolutions for introduction. That item is resolution number AR 2023-116, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating when tendered the proceeds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development FY 2023 community project funding in an amount not to exceed $5 million to the Port of Alaska. The chair directs the clerk to move this item to the 10Es for appropriation since it does not need a public hearing. This item will be item 10E5. And again, that is item 10G6. It will be moved under the items for appropriation and will be item 10E Echo 5. Mr. Vice Chair, may I have a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Seeking unanimous consent, seeing and hearing no opposition, the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items have been incorporated into the agenda. So next we will move on to appearance requests, and we have one. Mita DeWitt, if you would come forward, please. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes if you could state your name and the area of the community in which you live.
Yes, Ganesh Chish. Le ka klenach Mita DeWitt, yun chat duasak, klinga klenach zedzinak yul chat duasak. My name is Mita DeWitt, and I live on Denina Ethnena in La France's area. So Ganesh Chish for being here today. I do not generally come down to speak in this arena very often, as many of you know. It's generally when it comes to substantial importance. And as all of your work is important, you know that waiting over 2 years for body cams is unacceptable. This is a continuation from the talk that you heard last time with Aaron Jackson from Stand Up Alaska, and also from Scott Chafin, who served his life and retired as a police officer and peacekeeper in the state, who is also my older brother. In Alaska, we pride ourselves in being adaptable, in being resilient, and being strong. We also pride ourselves in our freedom. We pride ourselves in our traditions. There are some traditions that we need to keep, like the T-Birds kicking ass after 25 years. Yes. I graduated from there in 97. There are some traditions that we need to change. And some of them, change, it creates fear. People are afraid of the unknown. But the Anchorage people have already spoken. In our freedom, it is an agreement that requires checks and balances. It is an agreement that requires transparency and truth. It is an agreement that requires that community works together. We all know that our peacekeepers and police officers do their very best to do their job. I do not need to preach to you the choir on why body cams are needed. You already know this. You already agree. What is unacceptable is waiting this long. You're in service to our public, our people, and to our peacekeepers, especially in our law and enforcement and policies with the governor's office and with the mayor's office. We look to you to carry forth our wishes. Our Alaska State Troopers are already implementing body cams, and that's why I mentioned the governor's office. It's already happening. In Anchorage, it's not that difficult. We have a very intelligent, capable police force who are ready to adapt and change and to serve to their highest ability. And we need to back them up as well as our people up and move forward into the future that is the highest and best possibility. Ganesh Chish.
Thank you. And a member has a question for you. Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not a question, just a comment. Thank you for coming here and speaking to this issue. Hours after we got the news last week of an even further delay on arbitration, which, just being totally honest with y'all, that really made my stomach turn. That here we are again, delaying the implementation of these body-worn cameras. I called both the union and APD to get an understanding of what the heck is going on. And I agree with Mr. Cross that we need to set up a forum for us to have a frank conversation with the parties, because enough is enough. And like Mr. Volan, I have also reached out to Assembly Counsel's office to let them know that I am interested in codifying the policy, because I'm tired of waiting. And on top of that, adding a requirement for automatic release of footage under specific circumstances to that policy, because the public deserves that kind of transparency from our police department. We've waited long enough, and thank you for speaking.
Ganesh Chish.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you. Next is the consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So I will now go down the dais and ask each member if they would like to pull any items. I will start to my left with Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 10A3 and 10A6. I'm going to be presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. 10A, Alpha 3, and 6. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10A1 and 10A7 for reading, and then 10 Delta 22.
A Alpha 1 and 7, and then 10 Delta 22. Thank you, Mr. Volan. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, Mr. Volan already pulled 10D22. Thank you, Mr. Volan. 10A4.
A Alpha 4. Is that it, Ms. Quinn-Davidson? Thank you. Mr. Cross?
Nothing to pull, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10 Bravo 3, 10 Bravo 7, 10 Delta 25, and 10 Delta 27.
10 Bravo 3 and 7, 10 Delta 25 and 27. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. 10G1. That's it.
10G as in golf, 1. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Sweet?
My item has been pulled, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweet. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Most of my items have been pulled, but I do have 2 additional ones, 10 Delta 18 and 10 Alpha 9. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ten Delta 18, and did you say 10 Alpha 9?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Sweet? I'm sorry, Ms. Dern. I got you guys mixed up. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to pull 10 Alpha 8.
10 Alpha 8. Thank you, Ms. Dern. Mr. Presverdia, any items to pull?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening. My items have been pulled.
Thank you, Mr. Presverdia. Mr. Solt?
My items have been pulled, so no items. Thank you.
Mr. Cross, are you pulling 10 Alpha 2 by any chance?
Sure, 10 Alpha 2. Thank you.
10 Alpha 2, Mr. Cross.
I had it as Sweet was pulling that one. Thank you.
Ms. Dern?
Yes, I'd like to add 10 Alpha 5 for reading.
Thank you. 10 Alpha 5. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
10D1.
D as in Delta. 10 Delta 1. Okay, I'll read through the list here. Under 10 Alpha, A, 1, Mr. Volin, 2, Mr. Constant, 3, Mr. Peterson, 4, Ms. Quinn Davidson, 5, Ms. Dern, 6, Mr. Peterson, 7, Mr. Volin, 8, Ms. Dern, and 9, Mr. Rivera.
Mr. Cross pulled number 2.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. 10A2 is Mr. Cross. Under 10B Bravo, 3 and 7, Ms. Zalatel. Nothing under 10C Charlie. Under 10D Delta, 1, Mr. Constant. 18, Mr. Rivera. 22, Mr. Voland. 25, Ms. Zalatel. 27, Ms. Zalatel. Nothing under 10E Echo, nothing under 10F Foxtrot, and then 10G Golf 1, Mr. Constant. Is there anything else members wish to pull? Did someone want to pull that?
Meg got 27.
Oh. Okay. Oh, I see, there is no 20.
That's the attorney contract.
It's 26. 26. Ms. Zalatel, to confirm, you wish to pull 10D 26 instead of 27? Sure. Anything else from members? Okay, Mr. Vice Chair, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items has been approved. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. So if you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 10A9 after 10A2, and then to take up item 10 Delta 18, then 10 Delta 1 after the 10As are concluded.
Second.
A motion to change the order of the day has been made by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel, could you repeat that one more time, your motion?
Sure, yes, Madam Chair. I would like to take up 10A9 after 10A2, and then after the 10As are completed, take up 10 Delta 18, then 10 Delta 1.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. We'll just give a moment for the clerk to get the motion. And again, I would just note that the two items, 1018 and 10 Delta 1, are the two appointments, and we may have some swearing in after that, and the intent is to take a break. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the request to move 10A9 to after 10A2 is currently, I believe, Passover, and the observance of that is at either sunset, which gets a little tricky in Alaska, or around dinner time. And so we wanted to move that up in the agenda to respect the member who is here to receive it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent on the motion to change the order of the day. Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, the order of the day has been changed. And now we will begin by taking up the items that were pulled from the consent agenda, starting with item 10A1, resolution number AR 2023-109, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the Great Alaska Council, Boy Scouts of America. What is the will of the body?
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Constant, seeking unanimous consent. Hearing no opposition, this item is approved. And Mr. Vice Chair, I'm going to hand the gavel to you so I can join the Scouts. And who is reading?
I will be reading. Okay, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the Great Alaska Council, Boy Scouts of America. What is it? Boy Scouts or is it Scouts? Scouts? BSA Scouting, okay. Whereas the Great Alaska Council, Boy Scouts of America, serves as a youth development program for young men and women whose mission is to prepare young people to make ethical and moral decisions over their lifetimes by instilling in them the values of the Scout Oath and Law. And whereas 30 young men and women achieved the rank of Eagle Scout in the Great Alaska Council, Boy Scouts of America within the municipality of Anchorage. And whereas these young men and women, through years of involvement, learned and developed outdoor leadership and personal skills through earning progressing ranks, STEM awards, outdoor awards, as well as participating in camping programs, service projects, and earning 21 merit badges focused on advanced skills from camping, cooking, physical fitness, citizenship, financial literacy, and environmental stewardship. And whereas 4,993 community service hours were completed through these individual Eagle Scout projects throughout the municipality of Anchorage. These projects are the culmination of years of dedicated experience in developing skills to lead other scouts, peers, and adult volunteers in fundraising and completing these projects that better their communities. And whereas, despite closures, delays, and other hindrances due to the COVID-19 pandemic, these scouts strive to serve, lead, and show exceptional character through difficulties associated with completing projects during a pandemic. And whereas these young men and women have shown skill and leadership in their troops, amongst their peers and in their communities. And whereas their time in scouting and the journey taken to reach Eagle Scout has shaped these young people to become better prepared as citizens, employees and/or employers, parents, and community leaders. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolved that the Anchorage Assembly recognizes Eagle Scout Class of 2022 for their outstanding service to the municipality of Anchorage and its communities through their participation in the scouting program through the Great Alaska Council, BSA, and through their dedicated service throughout their Eagle Scout journey. This resolution shall be effective immediately upon passage and approval by the Anchorage Assembly, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of April 2023.
The clerk asked you to come spread out so we can take a nice panoramic photograph of y'all. Don't go too far. I don't know if anyone wishes to speak on behalf of the Scouts.
Good evening.
State your name for the record.
To the Anchorage Assembly, thank you for the time. I'm Greg Hobbs, President of the Board for the Great Alaska Council. And with me tonight are a few of the Eagle Scouts of our 2022 Eagle Scout class. The municipality of Anchorage had 30 Eagle Scouts. Those that could not make it are on missions, in military service, and at college. We greatly appreciate the support of the Assembly and the resolution that has passed. The program is an outstanding program for our youth, and we appreciate the support of you all that allows us to pass it on. The Great Alaska Council covers a geographic area from Ketchikan all the way to Nome. And while we don't have units up in Nome and Kotzebue at this time, we have over 55 scouts in the council in 2022 that earned the rank of Eagle Scout. So again, thank you for the recognition, and I would like to pass the microphone to Mrs. Chris Stoner, who put this event together for us.
First of all, I want to thank Suzanne LaFrance. She did a tremendous amount of work letting us honor these young people. And for you that don't know, she is in uniform tonight, and she is a Scoutmaster. So think of her sleeping out, camping, teaching kids how to handle themselves at 10 below. Or in the summer, we're at 65, but it's raining and there's mosquitoes everywhere. Thank you, the body, for supporting this. Thank you for the audience. I also want to thank some people that normally don't get recognized, and that's the adults. This program would not happen without adults. We have Cub Scouts. They're little kids. They're dressed in blue. They're girls and boys. They're having fun, but they're always learning something while they're having fun. Scout BSA, that's this group. Again, 10 to 15 leaders per unit. Imagine teaching kids to have fun at 10 below, and they've never camped out. Teaching kids to cooking. If they can't cook, they don't eat. Teaching kids to pack their gear and making sure they have everything that they need for safety. Sometimes they forget the food. They starve. Think about teaching kids to go to bed and sleep. Sleep is important. Teaching them to hike and not have blisters. Teaching them to enjoy the great outdoors. How to work with each other. How to enjoy life. How to set goals. How to make those goals. Imagine studying 21 merit badges, and for the youths that don't know what a merit badge is, it's a subject. It could be something like physics, it could be biology, geology, it could be swimming, snowboarding, environmental science. Imagine Suzanne LaFrance teaching citizenship of the community. Imagine watching a youth planning, gathering the money, budgeting, and implementing an Eagle project. The scout needs to do this work on his own or her own, but there's always an adult in the background. That adult sometimes prods, sometimes pushes, sometimes nudges the kids to keep going, and they work. Finally, the scout becomes an Eagle, but with the assistance of many, many adults, and I thank you very much for your time and efforts.
So we did this last year, so if you all will humor me. As president of the board, I'm grateful that Scouting now takes in all youth. And that said, the foundations of Scouting have not changed, and those are the Scout Oath and the Scout Law. So I will ask Eagle Scouts here to raise your right hand in the Scout sign, and we'll start with the Scout Oath. On my honor, I will do my best to do my duty to God and my country, and to obey the Scout Law, to help other people at all times, to keep myself physically strong, mentally awake, and morally straight. Scout Law: a Scout is trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. 2, thank you again for your time.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just ask if the Eagle Scouts could introduce themselves and state their names?
Before we do that, I have at least one person in the queue. Mr. Salt.
Thanks. So that was one of the things I was going to ask. But just want to say congratulations to y'all. What a great job. And you have no idea how this is going to set you up for your future until you start going through that future, but it will. Congratulations.
Thanks. And I also put myself in the queue. I got locked out of the meeting somehow, IT. But last year, there was a group of you here, and it was a sea change of a night because we had had a couple, maybe 3 really difficult years in this chamber. And that night, we celebrated the life of Johnny Ellis, a senator who had passed away and served this community with grace and dignity. And you. And I tell you that your predecessor's presence in this room, I think, changed the hearts of some people who had spent a lot of time in this room, not following the rules, not being kind, not being civil. And ever since that day, this room has been a better place. And so just by your presence, you can change the world. So now, I do see that one person has 36 badges. Is that the one with the most here? I counted because I can see him. Why don't you come on up and start us and lead the way. Introduce yourself and everyone come forward. Tell us your name. That's the prodding that Chris had mentioned.
Yeah, I'm Alexis Emery from Troop 2230.
I'm Kyle Fisher from Troop 26.
I'm Dawson Louvier from Troop 210.
I'm Karsten Eichels from Troop 210.
Evan West from Troop 144.
I'm Hannah Goldman from Troop 2026.
I'm Renna Keatwell from Troop 26.
My name is Sam Goldman from Troop 26.
I am Benny Snyder from Troop 230.
Jonathan Duke from 2210.
Jesse Stoner from Troop 210.
Congratulations, all of you. Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have item 10A9, Resolution AR 2023-129, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the Western Regional Convention of Rabbis and recognizing April 2nd.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. As I understood the motion to change the order of the day, wasn't this one taken up after 10A2? I thought that's what the motion was.
Yes, that was the motion.
Okay,
Thanks.
great. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We now have before us item 10A2, resolution number AR 2023-112, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April as Safe Digging Month. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved. And I understand, Mr. Cross, you are reading, and Mr. Sweet, you are presenting. And we have folks here to receive, if you would please come up.
AR 2023-129, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing I'm reading the wrong one. That helps. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April as Safe Digging Month. Whereas each year, Alaska's underground utility infrastructure is jeopardized by unintentional damage. And whereas undesired consequences such as service interruption, damage to the environment, and potential personal injury can occur. And whereas federal law requires emergency fire response for every damage where gas is released. And whereas 811 was designated as the national call before you dig number in 2005 and is an active, free service throughout the municipality of Anchorage that dispatches utilities to locate lines at the subject property. And whereas placing a call to 811 2 days before digging, respecting the marked lines and digging with care around the marked areas is required by state law and greatly reduces the risk of hitting a utility line. And whereas April is nationally recognized as a Safe Digging Month and serves to promote public awareness about the importance of calling 811 and digging safely, and whereas the rate at which Alaska hits utility lines is 3 times greater than the national average, local and statewide efforts are necessary to increase awareness of 811 and safe digging to prevent damage to underground utility infrastructure and to ensure public safety. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes April 2023 as Safe Digging Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of April, 2023.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Michael Gavarrete. I'm the Risk OQ and Public Awareness Administrator for NSTAR Natural Gas. And I want to first say thank you to the Anchorage Assembly and to thank you, Mayor Dave Brunson, for recognizing April as Safe Digging Month. When we talk about safe digging, what we're talking about is calling 811 for locates, like mentioned before, and using safe digging practices to dig around locate marks. That means when you're digging around those areas, you're not using any mechanical means of excavation. Last year, we nearly had 200 hits to our pipelines. And with those hits, they could have been catastrophic. Additionally, each of those damages require public resources such as fire and police response. That's why it's important for NSTAR and your partnership is important for recognizing Safe Digging Month and reducing the number of damages to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now take up item 10A9, resolution number AR 2023-129, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the Western Regional Convention of Rabbis and recognizing April 2, 2023 as Education and Sharing Day, Alaska. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Constant. Seeking unanimous consent, seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved. Mr. Rivera, are you reading?
I am, Madam Chair. Thank you.
And Mr. Sweet is presenting, and we
Before,
have...
Madam Chair, quick point of information.
Go ahead.
Thank you. At a very late breaking moment, I received some potential corrections from Rabbi Greenberg, but we were unable to get them in time. And so we're going with the original version, and please come on up.
Thank you. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the Western Regional Convention of Rabbis and recognizing April 7th, 2023 as Education and Sharing Day, Alaska. Whereas the historic Western Regional Convention of Rabbis will take place in Anchorage, Alaska during the weekend of April 28th to April 30th, 2023. And whereas the Western Regional Convention of Rabbis, welcoming rabbis traveling from the following states for the convention in Anchorage: Arizona, Arkansas, Colorado, Hawaii, Idaho, Iowa, Minnesota, Missouri, Mississippi, Montana, Nebraska, New Mexico, North Dakota, Oklahoma, Oregon, South Dakota, Tennessee, Utah, Washington, Wyoming, and whereas in conjunction with the Rabbis Convention, the Alaska Jewish Museum will also hold the luncheon of the new virtual exhibit From Purchase to Prosperity, the Jewish Founding Fathers of Commerce in Alaska, which tells the story of the Alaska Commercial Company and the Jewish contribution to the purchase of Alaska, with attendees and speakers, including community leaders and historians, including Steve Haycox, Perry Eaton, Rick Swellham, Walter Pickett, and others. And whereas Education and Sharing Day USA was established in 1978 and it is proclaimed annually by presiding U.S. presidents and has been emulated in several states and cities throughout the country, including the city of Anchorage, bringing the opportunity to emphasize and reflect on the importance of education on a local level. And whereas Education and Sharing Day emphasizes that education must blend the nurturing of the heart and mind, building character through lessons on honesty, tolerance, and citizenship, in addition to developing intellect through lessons on language, math, and science. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves, the Anchorage Assembly welcomes the Western Regional Convention of Rabbis and recognizes Sunday, April 2nd, 2023, as Education and Sharing Day, Anchorage. This resolution shall be effective immediately upon passage and approval by the Assembly. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of April, 2023.
Welcome.
Thank you. On behalf of the Alaska Jewish Campus and Museum, I would like to thank the Assembly Chair, Suzanne LaFrance, Assembly Vice Chair Christopher Constant, Assembly members Felix Rivera and Austin Quinn Davidson, and the entire Assembly that for proclaiming, together with the Mayor in a unified resolution with Mayor Dave Brunson, proclaiming Education and Sharing Day for Anchorage, as well the Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Day, which we're going to proclaim in a few minutes, as well as welcoming the Western rabbis who are coming for a convention in a few weeks. Today, the Assembly is joining President Biden, the U.S. Congress, Alaska Governor Mike Dunleavy, and many governors and mayors in U.S. and around the world in proclaiming Education and Sharing Day on the anniversary of the birth of the global spiritual giant and leader, the Lubavitcher Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem M. Schneerson. The Rebbe dedicated his life to the promotion of education as a cornerstone of humanity through the establishment of over 5,000 educational and social institutions in all 50 states in the U.S. and in 100 countries around the world. My own youngest daughter, Rivki, just moved to Zambia, Africa, to establish a new Jewish center there. This resolution is also timely during the holiday of Passover, commemorating the exodus from Egypt. Immediately after leaving Egypt, when Moses gathered the Israelites, he did not speak to them of the promised land or about a long walk ahead, but rather he spoke about the responsibility of parents to educate their children. Why the obsession with education? Because to defend the country, we need a strong army. But to defend the civilization, we need great schools. The Rebbe taught that education is not just about accumulating knowledge in areas like math, science, history, but that our educational system must pay more attention, indeed the main attention, to building character with an emphasis on moral and ethical values. The insane, tragic murders of so many innocent and precious young lives by the hands of misguided and confused students in the U.S. and in our own city of Anchorage just last year with the murder of Jersey Miller, and several years ago the murder of David Grunwald in Metso Valley, shook us all to the core, and we are all looking for answers. This emphasized more than ever how crucial and important it is what the Rebbe taught, that education should not be limited to achievement of knowledge and preparation for a career, rather the building of character with emphasis on moral and ethical values. We are all excited about the new ChatGPT, artificial intelligence chatbot, that is changing the world. On the other hand, we are also concerned that this may be used by irresponsible people for dangerous misinformation and discrimination. The reason for it, since the chatbot doesn't have consciousness, free choice, or feelings. If there is anything we can learn from this new invention is that we do not want to raise our students to just be smart chatbot. We also want them to have consciousness, feelings, and values. I believe that if we educate our children with the understanding that each life matters, that there is a purpose for each one of us on earth, that each individual has a mission to partner with God in perfecting the world, a mission that cannot be accomplished by anyone else but him or her. This will bestow the greatest dignity and respect to every human being and to the sanctity of life. Today's Declaration of Education and Sharing Day serves as a call to all citizens of this great city to reflect on the vital role of education in preparing our youth to be the leaders of tomorrow, with an emphasis on inspiring them of their obligation to serve a cause greater than themselves, just like the Boy Scouts who did a beautiful job here, with courage and compassion. Over the last 5 decades, the Rebbe took special interest in promoting the importance of education in the state of Alaska by sending his representatives here since 1970. Thanks to the Rebbe's initiative, inclusive vision, and unconditional love for humanity, leadership and dedication, countless lives have been touched and inspired, especially to the establishment of the Lubavitch Jewish Center of Alaska in 1991, and later the Alaska Jewish Campus and Museum in Anchorage, and more recently, the establishment of the Metso Jewish Center. May our city serve as a beacon of light for all people of all walks of life. May we all see the fulfillment of humanity's great future, as proclaimed by Hosea. Nation should not leave the sword against nation, neither should they learn war anymore. Amen. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Actually, Rabbi, Ms. Quinn Davidson is in the queue. Sorry
Thank
about that.
you.
If you would come on back up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Rabbi. I found your words to be really powerful and really
Thank you.
inspiring, and there was a particular quote in there about education, and I don't know if you could, if you know it or if you could send it to me, but it was about to do X, you need an army, but to really have a civilization, you need education.
Yes, I'll
Can
be
you
happy to email
okay.
it to you. I'll
Thank
email
you.
it the whole speech to everyone who
you.
wants.
And have a good holiday. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
being here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We will now take up item 10A3, resolution number AR 2023-113, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly celebrating the designation of April 18, 2023 as National Lineman Appreciation Day and recognizing the vital public service of electric utility personnel. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved. And I understand, Mr. Rivera, you're reading, and Mr. Peterson is presenting, and we have folks here to accept. If you would come forward, please.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly celebrating the designation of April 18th, 2023 as National Lineman Appreciation Day and recognizing the vital public service of electric utility personnel. Whereas the vocation of electric utility line worker is steeped in a personal, family, and professional tradition where service, safety, reliability, and sacrifice are fundamental. And whereas utility line workers are dedicated public servants who answer the call of duty 24 hours a day, every day of the year, performing their vital work in often the harshest weather conditions. And whereas the essential services provided by Chugach Electric Association and Matanuska Electric Association line workers, together with other employees and utilities, play a vital role in the safety and economic development of our community. And whereas national, state, and municipal governing bodies across the United States have joined the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association in designating April 18th, 2023 as National Lineman Appreciation Day. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly thanks and recognizes all electric utility employees, but particularly line workers, in celebrating National Lineman Appreciation Day, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of April, 2023.
Welcome.
Hi, members of the Assembly. My name is Arthur Miller. I'm CEO of Chugach Electric Association, and I want to express our sincere appreciation for the recognition this evening. And I can't tell you how dedicated of a workforce that we have at our association to make sure that we have reliable service throughout South Central Alaska. With me up here this evening is members of our senior executive staff, and we also have two linemen that work 24/7 all the way throughout the year, making sure that our electrical infrastructure is operating at its full capacity and able to provide service when our members need it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And would you all like to state your names for the record?
Brad Baldridge, Journeyman Lineman, East Anchorage.
Andrew Laughlin, Chief Operating Officer.
Cameron Miller, Line Crew Manager.
Dustin Hires, VP Corporate Programs.
Sherry Hires, Chief Financial Officer.
Matt Clarkson, Chief Legal Officer.
Great. Thank you so much for being here. We will now take up item 10A4, resolution number AR 2023-115, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 2023 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and encouraging the residents of Anchorage to support community efforts to raise awareness and to work together to eliminate sexual assault crimes in our community. What is the will of the body? Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zolotel, seconded by Ms. Quinn-Davidson, seeking unanimous consent. Hearing no opposition, this item is approved. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, you are reading, and Ms. Zolotel is presenting, and I understand we have folks here to accept. Please come forward.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 2023 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and encouraging the residents of Anchorage to support community efforts to raise awareness and to work together to eliminate sexual assault crimes in our community. Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month, SAAM, observed as an opportunity to promote education and the prevention of sexual violence, traces its history to the 1970s when activists first began organizing on a national scale to reduce sexual assault and violence against women. And in 2001, the first official Sexual Assault Awareness Month reinvigorated a national network of events and support groups that raise awareness and provide resources to survivors and those at risk. And whereas sexual assault is a public health concern that subjects victims to debilitating, immediate, and long-term physical, psychological, social, and financial issues, threatening critical societal structures and resulting in lost contributions, achievements, and income that cannot be fully measured. And whereas, according to the National Sexual Violence Resource Center, 1 in 5 women 1 in 5 women experienced rape during their lifetime, and 81% of women and 43% of men reported experiencing some form of sexual harassment and or assault in their lifetime. And whereas, according to a 2020 UAA Justice Center's Alaska Victimization Survey, approximately 57.7% of Alaska women experienced intimate partner violence, sexual violence, or both. That's an alarming number. 14.7 increase from the 2015 survey. And whereas Standing Together Against Rape, or STAR, has been working to prevent sexual trauma and provide comprehensive, collaborative crisis intervention, advocacy, and support to victims and survivors, their families, and our communities since 1978. And whereas in April, STAR is launching this year's Sexual Assault Awareness Month campaign to promote awareness about how everyone can play a role in preventing sexual assault and helping survivors heal. Awareness days include Wear Teal Day on April 5th, a masquerade ball and charity auction on April 22nd, and International Denim Day and Take Back the Night at the Nave on April 26th. Free resources are available on STAR's website at staralaska.com. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes April 2023 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and encourages community members and volunteers to continue to work together in our community and across the state for the prevention of sexual violence. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of April 2023.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Keely Olson. I'm the Executive Director of STAR. Thank you so much for this resolution. We'd like to thank the entire Assembly for recognizing this year after year. We would also very much like to thank the Assembly for providing funding through the alcohol tax. That is going to be really beneficial and life-changing in that we're using that funding to grow our prevention and education department. We'll have more staff, we'll have more resources for the community, and we're also using it to provide contracted specialized trauma therapy for our clients. So thank you very much for that. And I'd like to introduce a couple of our board members. Our chair of our board, Barry Wilson, and Scott Kendall is a board member with us. Thank you very much.
Short and sweet. I appreciate all of the effort by the Assembly to support STAR and all of our efforts. I think it states very clearly up there what our efforts are and the reason for them. And I think that that's embarrassing as a state to have those kind of numbers. And our goal is to help prevent it from having those numbers and then treating the folks that have been survivors of that type of event. So thank you for your support. Scott.
Yeah, thank you to the Assembly, and as Ms. Olson said, we wouldn't have the excellent staff that we have providing services to survivors without the funding the Assembly provides, and we hope that you continue that support and expand it in the future. And most of all, thank you to the staff of STAR who directly provide those services to survivors and really save lives every day. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a member in the queue, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you for being here, and thank you, Keely, for being in touch with us when there were issues with funding and making sure that we can continue to fund STAR and the good work you do. There's an item, I think, on the agenda tonight that includes funding for STAR, and I'm sure the Assembly will be approving that. Maybe we already did, actually, because we didn't pull it. We already have approved it. And then I want to thank the two board members next to you. You know, being on a board is a lot of work and it's volunteer. And I think it's particularly powerful to have two men standing there who are supporting your efforts. I think a lot of times with women and family issues or issues like this that predominantly affect women, women have to be the ones speaking up. And it's really powerful that you're both here and advocating for all victims. But we know that most of them are women, so thank you so much for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is item 10A5, resolution number AR 2023-119, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating April 23 through 29, 2023 as National Library Week and April 25, 2023 as National Library Workers' Day. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Voland. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved. I understand we have library staff here. Great. And Ms. Dern, you are reading, and Mr. Solt is presenting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whereas the first public library in the United States opened in 1833, prior to that time, public accessibility to books was extremely limited, and whereas today public libraries provide all people access to education, ideas, imagination, observations, and opinions of people from all over the world on almost every topic imaginable, as well as providing community engagement through story times, book clubs, and access to technology. And whereas National Library Week and National Library Workers' Day were founded by the American Library Association to recognize the importance and contributions of the librarians and library workers who preserve information, books, and other resources for the benefit of all of us, and whereas National Library Week 2023 will be celebrated with the theme, There's More to the Story, recognizing that libraries are full of stories in a variety of formats, but there's so much more, including lending of items like games, community engagement through classes and lectures, infrastructure advances, providing internet, literacy skills, and so much more. And whereas the Anchorage Public Library began in Tent City on Ship Creek in 1917 and now serves the municipality of Anchorage in 5 locations, providing a critical role in our city by connecting people to education, information, and community. And whereas the Anchorage Public Library workers are the backbone of the system and work to build a strong, educated, inclusive community and provide a place where people can meet, spread ideas, and learn. And whereas the Anchorage Public Library has events scheduled throughout the month of April to help educate, expand imaginations, share ideas, and have fun, now therefore be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and celebrates April 23rd through 29th as the National Library Week and April 25th as National Library Workers' Day, and offers their thanks to our library workers for all that they do to make our community connected, educated, and engaged. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of April 2023.
Thank you.
So I do have 2 members in the queue, but before we do that, if you all could state your names.
Hi, my name is Leah Hartz. I am the Automation and Patron Services Coordinator for the Anchorage Public Library.
I'm Sarah Prescott. I'm the Adult Services Coordinator.
I'm Virginia McClure. I'm the Director.
Sophie Mizak-Kuzmer. I'm a library assistant too. Thank you.
Lisa Bricker. I'm a Youth Services Professional Librarian.
Nancy Clark, Manager of the Chugiak Eagle River Branch and Acting Collection Management Services Coordinator.
Elizabeth Nikolai, Youth Services Coordinator and Acting Assistant Director.
Misty Rose Nesbitt, Community Relations and Communications Director.
Judy Elledge, Deputy Director.
Thank you. First in the queue is Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I have a confession. I have an overdue book. But I want you to know I've greatly been enjoying a book called Building the Cycling City, The Dutch Blueprint for Urban Vitality. And it was recommended by one of these fantastic librarians. So thank you for all that you do. It is greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Volin. Next is Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Libraries have been in the news a lot recently, haven't they? I just want to say thank you for standing tall for this institution that matters so much to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Next is Ms. Dern.
I just wanted to thank you individually, and I wanted to ask for one book recommendation.
I think you should read The Sentence by Louise Erdrich. It is set in in the bookstore that Louise Erdrich actually owns in Minnesota, and it takes place during the beginning of the COVID pandemic, and it is about a haunting in that bookstore. It's fantastic, and it's in Minneapolis, so it also encompasses the events around the beginning of the Black Lives Matter movement. It's fantastic.
Thank you. And thank you all for being here and for what you do. Next is item 10A6, resolution number AR 2023-121, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and congratulating the Betty Davis East High School Thunderbirds boys basketball team as 4A state champions for the year 2023. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Peterson, seconded by Mr. Volin, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved. I understand we have some Thunderbirds here to come forward. If you all would come up, and Mr. Sweet is reading, Mr. Peterson will be presenting.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and congratulating the Betty Davis East High School Thunderbirds boys basketball team as 4A state champions for the year 2023. Whereas the Alaska State Boys 4A basketball championship game was held at the Alaska Airlines Center on March 25th, 2023, and whereas the Betty Davis East High School boys basketball team qualified to participate in the state championship by having an exceptional season, losing only 5 games all season, and whereas under head coach Chuck Martin and his assistant coaches Andrew Buchanan, Robbie Georgie, and Fred Young, the team defeated top-seeded West Valley High School 53-48 in the state championship. And whereas this win marks the Thunderbirds' 18th state title, and whereas members of the winning team include Axel Carpio, Herbert Cooper, Juan Fox, Austin Johnson, Victor Meza, LaRon Roberts, Deshaun Rushmeyer, Mohammed Sabali, Braden Speakman, Akeem Suleiman, Jal Tharjaith, and Zayo Velez. I apologize if I get any of those wrong. Whereas the team managers include Alan Contreras, James Curry, Michael George, and Chantel Selman. And whereas the team has been recognized for exceptional performance, with team member Akeem Suleiman being selected for first team All-State, team member Mohammed Sabali being selected for second team All-State, and coach Chuck Martin being selected as Alaska State Coach of the Year. And whereas the performance of the winning basketball team was superb and a credit to their parents, school, and the entire community. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and congratulates the Betty Davis East High School Thunderbirds for their outstanding performance in winning the 2023 4A State Boys Basketball Championship.
Well, thank you. We'd like to thank you guys, the Anchorage Assembly. I appreciate all you voting yes. Looks like Diamond and South fans didn't show up. We appreciate that. We're obviously very proud to be the champions of the great state of Alaska and keeping the trophy in Anchorage. As was mentioned by the mayor's office earlier. We weren't expected to win it this year. We won it 2 years ago. We lost last year at the buzzer in the state championship game, which, stuck in our craw a little bit all year. And this team was made up of very little varsity experience. A lot of young kids on this team that paid the price, as we coaches talk about, and really came together late in the year and did something that wasn't expected. And as most of you know, when you do something that's not expected, there's just a little bit more fun in that. And like I said, we had a terrific time 3 weeks ago, and we're very proud to be the champions, as I said, and we appreciate the recognition. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations. We do have a couple members in the queue, and I would ask that, could I have the coaching team staff introduce yourselves, and before you all go, we'll have you all state your names, but if you all could state your names, and then we'll go to questions, and then we'll end with...
Assistant Coach Robbie George.
Assistant Coach Andrew Buchanan.
Assistant Coach Fred Young.
Head Coach Chuck Martin.
Roger Nichols, Activities Principal, Betty Davis East Anchorage High School, and Madam Chair, once a T-Bird, always a T-Bird.
This is the woman that runs the operation, by the way.
Finney Johnson, I'm administrative staff for East High Activities. And
Great.
Thank you very much for this recognition.
Thank you. I'll go through the queue. First is Mr. Solt.
So a couple things. First, when you get home, thank your families, thank your parents, thank everyone that drove you to practice, that put a ball in your hand, and so forth. So seniors, raise your hand. Okay, so this question is for everybody else. Who's going to win next year? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Sweet?
I would just encourage anybody who is graduating, if you haven't already, to maybe take a look at, your future plans. And, I would do a sales pitch for staying in Anchorage. We've had a lot of young people, working age folks, take off and leave Anchorage within the last couple of years. And I think that's a real unfortunate trend. This is a great place to build roots. And I hope you'll all consider staying here for the long term. Congratulations again.
Thank you, Mr. Sweet. So before you all leave, I would like you to state your name before you go back to your seat. And again, congratulations.
Ziomar Velez.
Axel Carpio.
Herbert Cooper.
Michael George.
Braden Speakman.
Austin Johnson.
Deshaun Rushmeyer.
Mohammed Sabali.
Victor Meza. Alan Contreras.
Akeem Solomon.
LeRon Roberts.
Joel Tharjat.
Thanks so much for being here, and congratulations again. Next is item 10A7, resolution number AR 2023-122, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating the month of April 2023 as Baby Safe Haven Awareness Month. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Move to approve by Mr. Volan, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved. And I understand we have folks here to receive, and Mr. Volan, you are reading, and Ms. Quinn Davidson is presenting.
Okay, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating the month of April 2023 as Baby Safe Haven Awareness Month. Whereas the Alaska Safe Surrender of Infants Act, Alaska Statute 11.81.500, allows parents to relinquish an unharmed infant 21 days old or younger to any on-duty staff member at a hospital, firefighter, emergency medical officer, peace officer, community health aide, or physician anonymously and free from prosecution. And whereas newborn infants are initially in the custody of the state and then are placed in a responsible and nurturing safe haven, and whereas the Alaska Safe Surrender of Infants Act provides a safe alternative to abandonment to parents in Alaska who feel they cannot cope with the responsibility of caring for a newborn infant. And whereas the municipality of Anchorage hopes, as awareness of this act increases, that it will stop the abandonment of newborn infants, a practice which has led to healthy infants being found harmed, deceased, or in unsafe places. And whereas, since the signing of the Alaska Safe Surrender of Infants Act, numerous newborn infants have been safely relinquished. And whereas the Alaska Safe Surrender of Infants Act is a critical statute in the state of Alaska, as it affords a chance of a better life for newborn infants. And whereas continued public awareness of the act is necessary to fulfill the goals of protecting all newborn infants and providing parents with a responsible and safe way to relinquish a newborn infant. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designates April 2023 as Baby Safe Haven Awareness Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of April 2023.
Well, Madam Chair and Anchorage Assembly, thank you so much, and thank you, Assemblymember Volland, for your sponsorship. I just wanted to say real briefly that the Safe Haven Awareness Month in April for Anchorage, Alaska, promotes resources and training for safe haven providers in Alaska, and according to the Safe Surrender of Infants Act, Alaska's fire departments, police or peace officers, emergency medical services, first aid stations, hospitals, and doctors are our state safe haven providers. Safe Haven Awareness Month also further promotes engagement with local support agencies to highlight important resources for parents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We now have before us item 10A8, resolution number AR 2023-123, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Yom HaShoah and affirming the importance of Holocaust and anti-Semitism education. Ms. Dern?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask that we actually move this to a date certain on 4/18. Yom HaShoah is actually observed on 4/18, so now that we're having this special meeting, it seems appropriate.
Second. A motion to postpone item 10A8 to the meeting, the special meeting of April 18, has been made by Ms. Dern and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Anything further, Ms. Dern, on the motion?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Seeking unanimous consent on the motion to postpone item 10A8 to the meeting of April 18. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item will be back before the body at the meeting of April 18. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I would like to make a motion to lay a resolution on the table and incorporate it into the agenda. So that is a motion to introduce AR 2023-130, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Austin Quinn Davidson for her service as acting mayor from Anchorage from October 2020 to July 2021.
Second. A motion to lay on the table and incorporate AR 2023-130 has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant, anything on the motion?
I think we should let her friends all queue in as we get started.
And this is just the motion to law to incorporate.
Yep.
I'm going to ask for unanimous consent on the motion to...
I think we have a conflict So I don't think we can do unanimous consent. I think she should be excused from the vote.
Fair enough. Austin, you're out for this one. And now that Ms. Quinn Davidson has been excused and has left the dais, I am asking for unanimous consent on the motion to lay this item on the table and incorporate it into the agenda. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the motion is approved. Mr. Constant? Or actually, we now have before us item 10A10, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Austin Quinn Davidson for her service as acting mayor from Anchorage 2020 to July 2021. And this is AR 2023-130. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved, and we will ask Ms. Quinn Davidson to come back into the room. Welcome to friends and family. Come on up closer.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Austin Quinn Davidson for her service as acting mayor from October 2020 to July 2021. Whereas the COVID pandemic hit Anchorage in March 2020 and elected officials and municipal leaders had to act quickly and decisively to safeguard the community. And whereas amidst the strain of the pandemic, former Mayor Ethan Berkowitz resigned in October 2020, which required an assembly member to fill the vacancy, and the assembly selected Austin Quinn Davidson to fill that role. And whereas, as acting mayor, Austin Quinn Davidson and her family made great sacrifices of their time to perform this service, and like elected officials across the country, faced threats to their safety and well-being. And whereas, as acting mayor, Austin Quinn Davidson made history by becoming the first female and first openly LGBTQ+ mayor of Anchorage. And whereas, Austin Quinn Davidson devoted herself fully to the position and in less than 1 year mobilized distribution of a new vaccine, helped steer federal relief funds to local businesses, prioritized rent relief to those suffering from the pandemic's economic impacts, dealt with the local homelessness crisis made worse by the pandemic, and shepherded a city through a contentious mayoral race. And whereas, as acting mayor, Austin Quinn Davidson strove to ensure consistent and professional communication and collaboration between the executive and legislative branches of the municipality, including coordination of the COVID-19 response, guidance of the Assembly's Portal to Public Documents project through the IT department, support of the Assembly's annual budget request, and support of the development of the Assembly office space. And whereas the Assembly expresses profound gratitude to Austin Quinn Davidson for serving as acting mayor and leading our community through a tumultuous time with thoughtfulness, grace, and fortitude, and often a smile. Now therefore, the Anchorage Assembly honors and recognizes Austin Quinn Davidson for her service to the municipality of Anchorage as acting mayor from October 2020 to July 2021, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of April 2023.
And I'm going to invite all the members to come down for a photo. your gavel, since you were chair when you served. Oh,
Thank you all very much. I haven't read it yet, so I don't know what it says, but thank you. I'm really surprised. I'm really touched, and this is really meaningful for me. It's so hard to leave. Suzanne knows, Pete knows. But serving with you all has been such an honor, and I've learned so much. And all of these people behind me are working with me. Jason Bockenstead, I mean, he and I were doing this together. And all of you who, we all stepped up when we had to. And I'm just really proud to have served with every one of you. Thank you so much for this honor.
There are members in the queue. First, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple of things. One, we often get kind of told that we don't always agree with the mayor. Even when a dear friend like Austin is acting mayor, we don't always agree. But it was through collaboration and consistency that we were able to find agreement, and I really appreciate that. I appreciated the level of communication that came from you during a terribly stressful time. So thank you for that. You really elevated the office in that way. Also, I don't know if folks know this, but we worked on the first alcohol tax budget. And I had been working with Austin before she switched roles, but she just kept right in it. And I think we did some really meaningful things. Little did we know that we would be really setting the benchmarks for really important programming moving forward. And so I appreciate that collaboration. And I think that's a huge milestone and something you should be proud of. It's not in the resolution, so I thought I'd mention it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Cross?
Austin, I wish I had met you sooner. You put politics aside, you are just one of the most amazing, fantastic human beings I've ever met. And I've grown to love and respect you as much as my family. And I just want to thank you for everything you do. I'm going to tremendously miss having you on this board and sitting next to me. You have such a wonderful, warm, loving heart that comes from compassion and kindness. And I will always love and appreciate that about you. And nobody knows how hard it is to do what you did when you were mayor. Agree or disagree, you stood up in a time of need. And I just thank you. And I look forward to calling you a friend for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Cross, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Austin, you served during, I think, what was hands down the most challenging period in our community. And thank you for that service. I remember when you came on the body in a special election and how great it was that you joined the assembly. And I'm just very grateful to have served with you, but for you also to have taken on this role, and to Steph as well, because I know it takes the entire family. So thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, and I'm going to reserve the bulk of my comments for the 25th. But I will say, Stephanie Wilder, this is a family affair, and it was your sacrifice too. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yeah, I'm going to save most of my comments for later too, but I couldn't not say how proud I am to have served with you, and how incredible it was for you to step up into that most difficult position, and how amazing you were leading the city. I just couldn't be more proud to know you and to have worked with you, and I'm excited about what you're going to do in the next part. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to thank Austin for being willing to take the challenge, because we knew it was difficult circumstances, and it was late minute, unexpected that it happened, and And, but you followed through and did a great job, and the community is much better off because of that. And so thank you for your services as mayor, and I'll be discussing further your service a couple weeks from now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Dern?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that I only was able to serve with you for a very short time, but in that short time I realized that your shrewd intelligence and ability to understand the code and the law, the differences and the balance between the legislative and administrative branches of government, and how to best serve these people here in Anchorage. It's sort of unmet. And I am really lucky to have been able to witness it firsthand. But what I really wanted to say is that everybody coming onto the body here after the 25th meeting should seek you out and talk to you and seek your advice, because you are a true public servant and you have a lot to teach and a lot to give. And I surely hope that people will look to you as a leader that they can approach and learn from still. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dern. Mr. Villand?
Thank you. I'll just echo everything that everyone else said. You're a fantastic person, leader, mentor, friend. It's been great being able to serve with you. So thank you for everything you do. And even after the 25th, you're not off the hook. We're going to keep bugging you. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Villand. More comments to come in 2 weeks. But thank you all for being here, and thank you so much, Austin, for your service. So because we changed the order of the day earlier, we will move to item 10D18 and 10D1. But before we do that, I just want to ask if there are any students here, particularly those who are here for an assignment, but if there are any students who haven't come up for a prior resolution, if you would come forward and state your names. All right, we will go ahead then and move on to item 10D18. We now have before us item 10D18, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 275-2023, Appointment of Youth Representative and Alternate Youth Representatives to the Anchorage Assembly. And there is an A version that was laid on the table. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the A version.
Second.
A motion to approve the A version has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Voland.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to say thank you to the members of the community, the youth who applied for this position and who are willing to step in and serve. I have to say that it was a very uplifting process, and anytime I have the opportunity to interact with young people in our community, it gives me a lot of hope and optimism for the future. The process involved more outreach. You may recall that there was a code change last year where it enabled the Assembly to expand the process, and we had Heather McAlpine from the Ombudsman's Office, who she spoke to this in the work session that we held the Friday before last, where she contacted different schools, UAA, the school district. We received a nomination from the Youth Advisory Commission as well. And I'm very excited that we have a cohort of two young people who will be working closely with the Legislative Services team, with Ms. McAlpine, and Assembly members to further develop the program and to ensure that there are more and improved ways to represent young voices in our community and to provide that feedback to Assembly members as well. So I'm grateful to everyone, especially Ms. McAlpine and Claire Ross and Ellie Hartman and Ms. Jones and everyone who has helped to continue to move this program forward. I'm really excited to see what kinds of changes too we'll make. And of course, shout out to Mr. Rivera, who has been a perennial advocate for youth voices and especially the youth representative on the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So congratulations to the two folks who are going to be serving as the youth representative and alternate youth representative. I really liked the thinking of the chair, which was really to make this a team effort so that hopefully everyone will get something out of this experience. Really appreciate the process that we went through and that we're going to have a youth representative. I feel like it's been a little while since we've had one on the body. So to the two youth representatives that are going to be sworn in here soon, if you ever have any questions about our process, which can be a bit confusing and archaic, or if you just want to, if you have any ideas that you just want to toss around, please consider me a resource. I don't know exactly where you're going to be sitting on the dais. It's pretty full up here now, but I look forward to seeing you up here soon. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I don't think it would be proper for us to go through this process without inviting them both to the dais to speak briefly before we make our decisions final. So come on up, gentlemen. Introduce yourselves, maybe like 30 seconds of why you're here. The mic isn't on, so hit the green button. There you go.
Hello, Jesse Tyrell, District 5. Yeah, I'm incredibly excited and proud to have accepted this position and to help provide the voice of the youth.
And I'm Jacob Matthews. Yeah, he said it. I can't really say it any better. He said it exactly how I was going to say it.
Thank you for coming on up.
Thank you. I don't see any other members in the queue. So with that, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 275-2023A.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yes, but I'm signed out. Are we voting? Is that what you said? Yep, I'm out.
The motion is approved 12-0.
Going to say Assembly Youth Representative, and you can just say whatever you want, okay? Because I think it'll be too confusing to say something different, all right? So, raise your right hand and repeat after me.
I solemnly swear or affirm.
Okay, so you repeat
Oh,
after me.
yeah, okay.
I solemnly swear or affirm
I solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and that I will faithfully perform
and I will faithfully perform
the duties of Anchorage Assembly Youth Representative
the duties of the Anchorage Youth Representative
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations. Yeah, sign your name right here, and then we'll have duplicate originals. Okay. So this will be your copy.
Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies, but I forgot to disclose a conflict of interest. Well, declare a possible conflict. I don't think it is, but one of the two youth representatives that was just sworn in is related to my assembly aide, which I did disclose at the work session. So just as we have a duty to do, just wanted to disclose that to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Is it your desire that I go through the questions? Hey, I'm checking. It is the ruling of the chair that you do not have a substantial financial or private interest in the matter.
Madam Chair, could we get a picture maybe if there's family members here?
Absolutely. Family and friends are welcome to come up.
This is your copy. Thank you. He's over here. Jesse, Jacob. Jesse, Jacob. Yes. Jacob.
Welcome, Mr. Tyrell. We will now take up item 10D1, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 237-2023, Executive Appointment Confirmation Hearing, Ann Hauser, Municipal Attorney. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. I want to urge my colleagues to support this nomination. I really appreciated Ms. Hauser's candor as to why she applied for the position, and I'm going to take her at her word that she is a uniter, and that she is collaborative, and that she is a problem solver, and that she is here to represent the entire municipality. That is a bit of a sea change, I believe, and it has the potential to be a sea change, and it has the potential to hopefully get us unstuck on some major issues that we have been trying to push forward for a number of years, whether that's body-worn cameras, whether that's the full implementation of the mobile crisis team, or whether it's just open communication and collaboration. So I urge you to support this nomination, provide some stability. It will be nice to not have one acting position in the administration, because we know that that instability causes us to have to start over and over and over again, and it delays getting people what they've asked for from their government. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Ms. Hauser, I really regret not being able to attend your confirmation hearing last week. And as you'll soon learn, there's no good time to leave. But sometimes you have to leave just to take care of your life and live a little bit. And I really appreciate the demonstrated commitment to build the bridges that we need built right. You have stated clearly that you recognize your role is to serve the charter, the municipality, and the people of Anchorage, no one person or one branch of this government. And I'm going to hold you to that. And you know these are not easy conversations we're having. In fact, when the doors are closed and we're behind in private, these are hard conversations, and they're painful even because of the difficulty. But you have, in the couple months you've been around, demonstrated to me your capacity to build those bridges, and I support you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Voland?
Echoing my prior colleagues, I will also be supporting this confirmation, and I also appreciate that you have been very responsive and shown up at so many of our meetings and really pressed into those conversations. I think you've worked very hard to get caught up to speed, and also to get that information that we need, some of that information that we were really waiting for. And so I appreciate that, and I look forward to supporting you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
I just wanted to thank Anne for being willing to take on this job, and for her collaborative outlook and approach and willingness to solve problems, and her curiosity and interest in figuring out what those problems are and getting to work on them. I think you'll provide stability, and I think that you'll be a great manager of your large team, because you seem to care about people, and not only about the legal work, but about the people doing it. So I'm looking forward to confirming you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Cross?
Yes, in the brief time I had an opportunity to see you at work and I get to know you, I really appreciate you seem like a peacemaker, and blessed are the peacemakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 237-2023.
Mr. Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
Item 10D1 is approved 12-0. Congratulations, Ms. Helzer. I understand you will be sworn in now.
Madam Chair, can I move to immediately reconsider, or should we? Doesn't matter.
swear or affirm
I solemnly swear and affirm
that I will uphold the Constitution of the United States,
that I will uphold the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and that I will faithfully perform
and that I will faithfully perform
the duties of municipal attorney
the duties of municipal attorney
to the best of my ability.
to the very best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Congratulations, and we'll go ahead and, would you like to, go ahead, Ms. Helzer, if you'd like to speak?
I just want to thank all the members of the Assembly for welcoming me and for allowing me to do this job. And I follow in very significant footsteps in coming into a situation and going to do the best I can. Thank you so much. And to the members of the administration, very grateful to be here. Thank you so much for the honor and privilege to take this role upon myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Helzer. So we will go ahead and take our regularly scheduled break, and when we come back, we'll start with item 10B3. Okay, everyone, we're going to go ahead and resume the meeting. We had a quorum a minute ago. Okay, we're good. We now have before us item 10B3, resolution number AR 2023-118, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly clarifying intent for usage of emergency rental and utility assistance ERA2 funds. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item, as well as 10B7, I would like to declare or disclose a potential conflict of interest. On 10B3 for the ERA funding, the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, of which I am the executive director and was the signatory to a letter to the mayor and AHFC about, so we've taken official position. With regard to demobilization of emergency cold weather sites at 10B7, the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness has been actively engaged in the demobilization of those sites, and so I believe that I have an interest in that item as well, and I would ask to be excused.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Per prior ruling, you are excused for items 10B3 and 10B7. Now that Ms. Zelatel has been excused, what is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Rivera, second by Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. For the purpose of expediency, I won't really speak to the item. Happy to answer questions and urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2023-118. Item 10B3 is approved 10-0. We now have before us item 10B7, resolution number AR 2023-127, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly adopting a demobilization plan for the emergency shelter provided by the municipality during the 2022 through 2023 winter season. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will speak to this one. So we've had this resolution in the public sphere for a few weeks now, I think since March 24th. But I do want to go through each of these sections and explain the why and the what really briefly. Before I do that, though, I want to just do a higher level explanation of the purpose behind this resolution. Even though this resolution has my name on it as the author, the ideas of this resolution really aren't mine. Some come from the administration, some from my colleagues, some from community organizations, and some from individual community members. All of these ideas came forward because we have an impending deadline, which I've been harping on myself since January, which is the demobilization of emergency shelter. So right now, the last 3 emergency shelter locations in the municipality, the Sullivan Arena, the Aviator Hotel, and the Alex Hotel, have contracts that end on April 30th. So come May 1st, we will have a big increase in the number of unsheltered individuals in our community. This demobilization resolution today really is all about mitigating those impacts as much as possible, but I just want to be super clear. I don't think we will be able to mitigate 100% of those impacts. We just don't have the resources to do that. But my hope is that between all of the various options this resolution explores, we will be able to lessen impacts on the people who need these services and the neighborhoods who will be impacted by the likely increase in camps. Since we reviewed this resolution at a special committee meeting on March 24, I've been working with the administration to see what we can do to implement some of these items as quickly as possible. We have a meeting of the Housing and Homelessness Committee tomorrow where we will dive into this work even more. So let me go ahead and go through these sections really quick. Section 1, it really isn't an idea to help with demobilization, but really speaks to a community need to end usage of the Sullivan Arena as emergency shelter. In the end, this is a policy decision that we need to make today one way or another in order to give clients at the Sullivan and the operator plenty of time to prepare for whatever decision that we make. Section 2 is looking to see if there are any non-congregate spaces available to use for shelter. Usually we think of hotels in this category. We do know that the Aviator Hotel has extended an invitation to the municipality to continue using 25 of their rooms through the summer. Beyond that, the section envisions putting out an RFI, request for information, to see if any other locations are available for non-congregate shelter. That RFI has been put together and should be going out by the end of this week, assuming we keep this section in the resolution. Section 3 really speaks to the idea of alternative shelter that we've seen popping up a lot in the lower 48. So if you want to get an idea of really what that means, just Google things like pallet shelters or boxable. That'll give you a little bit of an idea. I don't think our code allows these structures to be used in the municipality, or at least it's really limits and is restrictive of their usage. So this section is all about exploring these code changes and bringing them to the body for consideration if that is the direction that we want to go. Section 4 is something I know some of my colleagues are really interested in, which is making sure that we continue to engage in workforce development opportunities. It isn't a solution to the unsheltered problem, but is worth continuing these efforts. Section 5 is about exploring an idea brought to us by the administration to use the former Alaska Native Charter School on Bragaw, as a shelter. There are a ton of questions that I have about this idea, and I'm very skeptical, like I've said multiple times. But considering the scope of this issue we are facing, I didn't want to exclude this idea. This is one of the priority items that we'll be tackling tomorrow. Section 6 is also about exploring the idea of funding a more expansive outreach program. We already have a fairly robust program, but again, considering the scope of the issue we are facing, do we want to invest even more in outreach? That's a question that we're going to also be tackling tomorrow. Section 7 speaks to an idea that has been bandied about for years, which is sanctioned camps. I want to make sure that if we go this direction, that we do it right for the people who would stay in one of these camps and for the community. This section doesn't define the task force. It just says that we will bring back a resolution to create and define the task force. I've been working on this and expect to have that resolution before the body on April 25th. Section 8 is something I think will be really critical in the short term. Based on all of the conversations that I have had on May 1, we really could be seeing a behavioral health emergency playing out on our streets, even more than we see right now. This section creates a task force to help explore immediate solutions for this population. Again, this section doesn't create or define the work of the, this section doesn't create or define the work of the task force. That is going to happen in a future assembly resolution that I've also been working on. And because this is so critical, my goal is to get that resolution before the body at the April 18th meeting. And being totally honest and transparent, it might be something that's laid on the table at that meeting. We'll see. Section 9 is really about making sure that we don't forget food services as we consider these options, because in my opinion, sometimes we do forget about them. Food services need to be a part of the funding for each of these ideas. That's it. So just to recap, a bunch of ideas. Some may be more viable than others. As we explore these ideas, some might be taken off the table entirely, or at least shelved as we prioritize how we want to spend our time and funding, which is limited. But for now, I think it behooves us to keep all of these possible options and work through them as quickly as possible. And I feel like I need to repeat this a lot just to make sure the message is super clear. I don't see any way that we will mitigate 100% of this issue. Whether it is on May 1st or on June 1st, at some point we will have to face the fact that there will be an increase in the number of unsheltered individuals in our community. And I will do everything I can to work with my colleagues in the administration to prepare for that. That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. It's a lot. And Section 2 specifically, it's just echoes of the work that happened in the first 8 months of the administration, in which we did put out a request for information and received a series of proposals and responses. I don't know if we have the list of the entities handy, but the work is mainly done, I think. There might have been some new properties that have come online. There certainly have been some properties in which members have jumped to say no. To that end, number 2, my issue with this, of course, you were very careful to say this, just look at the idea, but there's only one location listed on this document, and that's the Alaska Native Charter School. And I can tell you, there are as many very kind and loving families with children and schools and residences that are surrounding that property as there are the Arctic Recreation Center. And so there's no argument that could be made that the same impacts won't happen there. The only difference is the relative wealth of the people who live around the Alaska Native Charter School. And so I just want us to be really clear in understanding that while we have bent for one wealthy community because of the aggression and the abuse of the administration, utilizing that argument as a fulcrum to attempt to attack a member of this assembly during an election, the fact is it was successful in putting a shield effectively around that neighborhood, its wealth and privilege, as we start to now just explore again, the concept of using that property. So I just want to speak right now for the people of lower wealth, I guess lower class status, lower power, who live right around that school, because they are my constituents.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate my colleague putting this together. And I think, I hope everyone who's been following this issue will kind of see this as close to a reset as we can come. And I think really what you have here in this item is the body is saying, we recognize the need to explore every option, idea, and going along with a clean slate approach. We're not ruling things out. We need to have meaningful conversations on them. And we started that work at our special committee meeting. And that kind of kicked off with a summary of all of the concerns that we've heard from our constituents, all of our constituents in various parts of this conversation. What worries people about low barrier shelter being close to their neighborhood? What are the concerns? And I think we do have to Member Rivera's point, really come up with a strategy for mitigation as well. This gives me hope in the sense that I think we can have a really collaborative approach moving forward, but it also, I'm cognizant of we have a working deadline here, and we don't want to be back in the same place that we are now come next winter. So this is going to be sort of an audacious task for us to carry out. I will say, just today I was getting emails from folks in Fairview saying, we want the Sullivan Arena to close for myriad reasons, because of how it's impacted the neighborhood, because we don't think it's optimal for the clients. But in all those emails, they're also expressing concern about taking it off too quickly, and folks essentially being forced out into the neighborhood. So I feel that tension, and I just appreciate the people of Fairview for sticking with this and consistently doing their best to drive positive outcomes in their neighborhood. I am of the mindset that if we don't make a statement to close the Sullivan Arena on April 30th, yes, I know there's risk involved. I know that we don't have all the constructs that we really need to support the community, but at some point we have to make a definitive statement. Otherwise, it's going to continue to be the default again and again and again, and it has been now for a few years. So all that to say, I'm going to support this. I encourage my colleagues to support it as well, and I will just say that I appreciate Member Rivera's leadership on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So for the benefit of the members, I just wanted to let you all know that there are some subject matter experts in the room. If you want to discuss any of these, so we have folks from RRS, which is namely Kathleen McLaughlin here. We have folks from the coalition and others. If you just have any questions about impacts or any of the specific sections here, I'm sure that they can be readily available to answer those. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no other members, go ahead, Mr. Constant.
I do think it would benefit us, since she's here, to have Ms. McLaughlin come up. Just for members' edification, the public, we put forward a contract to do some quality assurance and technical assistance for the operations of the various places where we have shelter happening, and that includes the Aviator, the Alex, and the Sullivan Arena. It's the red button, or the green button. And so Ms. McLaughlin has a long history of working with individuals who circle the streets of the downtown and kind of north of Anchorage through her work in reentry services and a whole career. And she's working with Monica Gross in providing us a kind of third-party appraisal, for lack of a better term, and kind of a roadmap forward on what we need to do to ensure, if we're doing these services, they're done in a way that is causing the least amount of harm and is therapeutically beneficial, hopefully, and at the same time, the path out, at least some third-party opinion on the path out. And so with that as predicate, Ms. McLaughlin, what would you like us to hear about this resolution?
And just a quick, actually, point of information. My apologies. Madam Chair, just wanted to, and this is probably an inappropriate use of this, but wanted to amend my earlier comment, and I accidentally forgot to mention that Ms. Alexis Johnson from the Health Department is here as one of the subject matter experts. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Kathleen McLaughlin, and I'm the principal at Restorative and Reentry Services. On March 21st, I went under contract or grant with the Assembly and the Administration and the Department of Health to do an oversight of the 3 emergency shelters. I was hoping that at this point, because we've all had a hard deadline of April 30, to say it's time to close the Sullivan. It's time to do it, and we should do it. There's only one thing that nobody in this room can control, and that is the snow. We've had the snowiest, I think, winter ever, and snow is still there, and inclement weathers are still there, and temperatures are still low. So regardless of politics, regardless of reality, there's one that we can all agree on, and that is this is a snowy time. As of last night, there were 350 people who were sleeping in cots at Sullivan. There were 110 people, 110 unique individuals that used the warming area. I had been advocating we had to get rid of the warming area about a week and a half ago because of the use of that by people that are coming in and they're dealing drugs and they're doing bad stuff. The reality is that was a bad idea to close it because where were they going to go? Where were they going to go? Today, we had a town hall, and I talked to a lot of, as well as other members that are here today, talked to the clients that were there. Are you ready to go? What are you going to do on May 1st? Many are in the queue for a voucher or a housing opportunity, but they're on wait lists. I can't control that wait list, and neither can you. So we can't control the weather, we can't control the wait lists, and we have people that participate in predatory behavior in our communities if they don't have a place to go. Just today, another thing happened. APD was called because we had a very, very challenged individual. That person was indefinitely trespassed on the Sullivan. Couldn't come in, wasn't supposed to come in. And the APD officer said, but where do I take her? Where do I take her? So I absolutely agree with Mr. Rivera's view that we should close the Sullivan. Absolutely agree. We've had it for 3 years. It was only supposed to be around for a year maybe of COVID. And I understand that. But what we cannot do is with the vulnerable population that is there and the way it is used right now, it would be unfair for me to say anything other than, based on what I'm seeing right now, I'm recommending that the Sullivan Arena remain open for 1 more month. Because then the snow is more likely to be gone, the temperatures are more likely to be warmer. And if we do that, the community providers have got to commit to step down the Sullivan. Got to commit. We can do better on that side of the fence as well. And clients also need to do something, and that is partner with us. It is absolutely irritating to me when I'm talking to people and they say, I don't have a plan, because I never have a plan. I'll just do whatever I'm going to do. They need to get re-engaged. They have to be part of the solution just like everybody else. So my recommendation is for you to, unfortunately, give us another month, but do an active step down so that the only people that will be using the Sullivan Arena are those that are vulnerable, and we have a 5-point vulnerability test that we are starting to look at tomorrow, because regardless, we've got to take care of the people that are the most vulnerable. The second thing is, Sullivan right now is an open campus. Any of you can come in and walk through. Mr. Rivera came in today. Come and walk with me. See what it is. Count the wheelchairs and the walkers. Count the wheelchairs and the walkers that are actively in the Sullivan right now, and then tell me it's okay to close the doors without giving them an option. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, any follow-up?
Not with Ms. McLaughlin. I just wanted to make sure she had an opportunity to speak since we hired her to speak. And so then, but I do have another question, but I can wait for another person, but I can wait till Mr. Salt's gone.
Mr. Salt?
So there's a question here eventually, but so thank you for putting this forward, Member Rivera. I'm not a big fan of committees. Committees don't seem to solve anything. They just lead to another committee. We had the option to build a navigation center ago. We didn't build it. We have an option to open the Golden Lion. We're not opening it. We need action. So we want to solve this. Like, thank you for the recommendation to keep the Sullivan until we find something better or the temperatures get, I think that's the right decision. But you know, like pallet shelters, how can we not do pallet shelters? I mean, if there's 400 people in the Sullivan and a pallet shelter costs $7,500, granted there's, you need to put bathrooms and food and so forth and so on. If I gave each one of the 400 their own shelter, and a pallet shelter can hold up to 4 people, I can build enough shelters between $750,000 and $3 million to solve the problem. Now that takes time and so forth and so on. But we need to make decisions that lead to the path out of this versus let's study the problem a little bit further. Any decision, even if I'm going to say this will come out wrong, even if it's the wrong decision, if it's a step forward, we're going to learn, we're going to start to solve the problem. When we realize it's the wrong thing, we'll adjust and adapt. But we've been studying this problem for 3 years, and we are not getting anywhere. We need action. So I don't know, what's your thought on pallet shelters?
I have been working and advocating for pallet shelters for over a year. We brought people up that manufacture pallet shelters. I'm going to say something that has nothing to do with the grant. This is just Kathleen McLaughlin. Pallet shelters could be used, and to get out of the NIMBY issue, have one group of 30 in every city community council area. Divide and include.
Thank you. Any follow-up? Thank you, Mr. Saltz. Next is Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thanks. And I think I'm going to ask Ms. Johnson to come up and talk a little bit about pallet shelters as well. We were in discussions. I will predicate my conversation with what Ms. McLaughlin just said is right, that it has to be shared. It cannot simply be North Anchorage is the place because that's where they've always been, because that's where they are, because that system was created and it has to be unmade. Otherwise, this terrible circumstance will never go away. I do reject the idea that low barrier shelter is a solution. It is an ambulance on the way to the hospital, to the care place. It is an emergency response to the crisis. It is not the solution. The solution is to get people out of vulnerability and into stability as much as is possible. And I do believe we have had a failure from the state to do their part to take on their responsibility. When I hear senior citizens who are with walkers and wheelchairs on the streets, that's a failure of our larger system to address the basic human needs. And those people are able to receive services and be funded through Medicaid and Medicare, but we just have failed to figure out a way to get them there. And that's very frustrating to me. But that's all predicate to Ms. Johnson, a conversation we had last week about the possibility of a small-scale shelter distributed system. What are your thoughts on the topic, and what is your understanding?
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Constant, one of the ideas, we had met with Pallet Shelter to see if they even had inventory to get them to Anchorage. They have 30 shelters that are ready to ship. They gave us all the schematics and all the costs and shipping costs. We've been working hand in hand with them. We do have meeting internally with the building department to see what it would take for Title 21 and Title 23. But one thing that was offered to us, and this is not something I'm proposing, but I am going to tell you that it is occurring in the state of Kansas. The city council came together with the administration and community leaders, and they suspended certain rules to allow for pallet shelters to be erected in a trial time frame. That time frame is 1 year long. They said, as a community, let's try it for a year. If it doesn't work out, we'll go back to what we originally planned. But for now, this is the quickest, fastest way to try something for our city. If it doesn't work, trial and error, it's something that we learn from. But if it does work, it kind of gets out of the bureaucracy and red tape of things. And right now, I think we're in an emergent situation. And so, if it's the will of everybody in all the governing bodies, I think it's something we could explore.
Thank you, and I'm not going to ask this question, but it's certainly a question that's on people's minds. Now that Mr. Trombley is gone and we've had a conversation about the Golden Lion, it certainly is a question, what's the status and what's the timeline? I don't think it's a germane conversation for tonight, but I just want to communicate that to the other side of the house so you know that it's on my mind.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Boland?
Thank you. I have a few thoughts, so let me just gather them really quickly. On the note of the Golden Lion, I'll just say briefly that I attended a rally at the Arctic Rec Center, and that was one of my takeaways, is that the community really wants more mental health treatment, substance abuse treatment. The Assembly has long been advocating for a treatment center. Love the idea of doing a pilot. I think that's really interesting, and I guess I wish this conversation was happening in November. For so long we've been fixated on the Sullivan. One more month, just 3 more months, just 6 more months, just another year. How long is this going to draw out? So now's the time. Now's the time for a reset, and it's going to be hard. And I guess I'm frustrated because I feel like the administration, there's been a lot of tension around the Tudor and Elmore location. I think that conversation at some point needs to be reopened. But we have to, now is the time to pursue other options, other locations, small, not hundreds of people being served in a less than ideal way in the middle of our urban core where all of the other resources are concentrated. So I hear the plea, I hear the compassion, I hear the empathy, and I join you in that. But I'm so concerned that if we don't at some point turn off the faucet, we'll never explore and truly, like Member Solt was saying, take action. So it's a tough conversation. I guess I don't have a question. That was more of a comment. But anyway, I hope that we can move forward and support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Mr. Solt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to propose an amendment, Section 11. The Assembly allocates $300,000 of alcohol tax fund, which we heard there was excess, scratch that part, for purchase of 30 pallet shelters.
Is there a second?
Point of information, can we do that on this type of item?
I'll second it for the point of discussion, but it doesn't mean I'll vote for it because I'm not sure. For the point of discussion, I'll second it.
And I'm going to ask Member Solt to repeat it, and then we can talk about what kind of language would be appropriate in a resolution and what kind of intent. So if you would repeat the amendment, which was seconded by Mr. Cross. Yep. Go ahead, Mr. Solt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Assembly allocates, if we can, recommends if we can't, $300,000 of alcohol tax fund for the purchase of 30 pallet shelters.
Mr. Solt, did you want to speak any more to the amendment?
Yes, I just want to take action. So it's going to take time to get the pallet shelters here. Don't know how much time. And that's how much time we're going to have to figure out how to put them in use and where to put them in use. So the clock will start.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I support the concept of taking action for sure, but I just don't think that this policy resolution is the vehicle to do that. I think the most that we could probably do in this policy resolution is intent, but even that I think is weak sauce. I mean, because we're eventually going to have the official appropriation for us to move those funds forward and actually purchase those pallet shelters. And, you know, I will say, I had hoped that come today, we would have appropriation resolutions for us to actually move forward with some of these things. But as I have learned over the years, things just sometimes take longer than I wish they would. I will say, though, the focus of tomorrow, that committee meeting that we have at 11 a.m., is not continuing to talk circles around the issue, but be very concrete with action. And so I'm going to, at the very beginning of the meeting, ask members to avoid the long speeches tomorrow. We're here to take action, and we're here to really figure out what direction that we're going, where we are going to prioritize our funds, and then if we can be quick enough, then maybe on the 18th, we can have appropriation resolutions before us for us to actually take action like I know many of my colleagues want to do. But I don't think today is necessarily the day where we're going to be ready to appropriate funds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross?
Thank you. I like where you're going, okay, because we need action. I'd rather take $300,000 and give 150 in overtime hours to open Golden Lion and 150 in overtime hours to get the Tudor Nav Center open. I mean, I'm really just looking at, you know, I love, you know, this analogy is kind of like a guy, you know that guy who has all those broken down vehicles in his yard, and he has vehicles, you know what he needs? He needs another vehicle. We need another vehicle because the ones that I currently own aren't running, so you know I need another one. We don't, like right now, we don't need pallet shelters. We're sitting on real estate we're not utilizing. So how about we just take some of that money and utilize the real estate and the resources we have before we go buy another Chevy that sits in the driveway and can't do anything? If we buy pallet shelters, it's a land use problem, it's a zoning problem. What are we going to do? Stick them, there's not enough room in our Eagle River warehouse. It's all filled up with Navigator stuff from Tudor. We can't fit pallet shelters on that anymore. So I'd say we just utilize the resources that we have, and we are intentional with setting forth on those that we, years ago, we put those in motion. Ooh, how about we just finish what we started? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant, on the amendment?
Thanks. Exceptional metaphor, Mr. Cross. That one was notable. And yeah, I can't support the amendment. I understand and believe in the mission, but an appropriation without a plan is doomed to fail. And just having hope and jumping on it isn't going to do it. That's actually, I think, what happened at the Tudor and Elmore Center. And I have to say, the idea of avoiding long speeches strikes me hard. Strikes me hard. It pisses me off, actually, because I sat here, heard long speeches about how we need to protect Midtown and the Arctic Rec Center, and my neighborhood continues to be the place. The place, the place, the place, the place, the place, the place. It's always the place. And so I do take some offense to the idea that we should come in and avoid long speeches because there's an idea and we're going to make progress. As long as that idea is respectful of the impacts, fine. But no, I'm not going to avoid long speeches if it means I'm going to sacrifice my neighborhood another day, because they've paid the price and they continue to pay the price. And we're being asked again in this resolution for them to pay the price some more. And so I'm not going to oppose the resolution, but I would ask members to be careful of their thoughts that they express into words across this dais, because your words have power. And that power has a pattern, and that pattern is well established in this town.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a tendency to keep my speeches short. So I actually have a question. I haven't seen a picture of one of these pallet items. I don't know what the inside looks like. I mean, somebody said that 4 people could be sheltered in one of these. What kind of amenities does a pallet shelter have? Thank you.
Through the chair to Mr. Peterson, thanks for the question. So there's two models of pallet shelters. There's actually 5, but 2 of them are considered residential. One is a 8x8, it's a 64 square foot unit, and it has 2 beds, one on each side. The next one is 10x10, and it has 4 beds in it. I believe the ones that are ready and available to ship are the 2-bed units. What it does is it has 2 beds on risers, enough for storage underneath, a heater on the back wall, a fire extinguisher, an egress and ingress door, and then it's 4 structured walls and a roof. So it kind of resembles like a modern day shed, but it's heated, insulated, and they're very cute on the outside. I'll speak for that.
If I might, thank you, Madam Chair. So there's no restroom facilities, no water hookups, no electricity?
Through the chair to Mr. Peterson, there is electricity. There is no water hookup or restrooms. Those facilities some of those facilities are also made by Pallet, but we would recommend either like a shower trailer or bathroom trailer of some sort of facilities on site.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So here's the approach that I would recommend on the amendment. I think we have a moment right now where we've seen some early conversations go really well and be very productive and collaborative when we form smaller working groups with the administration. We just did that with the mobile crisis team. I think what I might be interested in is if we could form a working group with Ms. Johnson and maybe whoever else at the health department, the administration, Ms. Helzer, Assembly Council, myself and Member Solt, and then one other member who wants to volunteer as tribute, and really have that conversation about pallet shelters. I'm very open to it, would love to talk more about it, would love to know, we can meet with planning and see what are those Title 21 or Title 23 barriers and move that forward. So maybe not an appropriation tonight, but for my part, definitely would love to move forward and be part of a working group. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. And I just want to remind members that there is a special Assembly Housing and Homelessness Committee meeting tomorrow at 11 a.m. And I believe the chair of that committee has stated the intent to talk about potential actions. Next in the queue, and I've got 3 more members in the queue, and we are approaching our hour limit for discussion and debate. I'm hoping we can get to a vote soon. Next is Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually got in the queue to recommend that we not talk details about options here and move on because we have a long agenda, but also appreciate Mr. Solt. I see what you're trying to do. I think you're right. I think for the reasons others express, probably won't support that tonight, but I like where your head is, and I know that we all want action and we need action. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, I'm just going to remove my second of the Solty amendment, and then amendment, and then I'm going to also recommend on that working group that we have someone from the CEDC, either Pete or myself, probably myself since Pete's short timer, since zoning and land use. I know Mr. Ross Knopfsinger, who's here, who has a lot to contribute towards land use items to get that going. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. So, Mr. Solt, the second has been removed.
Yes, and I'll pull the amendment because I think it's served its purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for allowing me another bite at the apple here. To rephrase what I said earlier, I want us to be extremely efficient with our time tomorrow. We're going to have an hour. Maximum, we can probably do hour and some change. We have another meeting at 1 o'clock. That's important. Tomorrow, we are really going to talk about who wants to take lead on pallet shelters. Who's going to be the working group? That is the kind of conversation that I want to have tomorrow so that we can get to action. I appreciate that there is a lot of bigger issues that we need to talk about in terms of impacts, all of these other things. And I think the floor of the Assembly is an absolutely appropriate avenue to make y'all's long speeches. Tomorrow, though, I really want us to be efficient with our time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant, on the main motion,
Yep, and
third
I'll be
time, I
brief.
think.
Yep, I'll be brief. Just to say that the last resolution we passed, I think, cautioned about working groups, and that we should be careful in how we use working groups with the administration because of our experience. And that isn't to say anything about the current crew. That really is hearkening back to the Gerace experience. And one set that worked for 8 months, and then another set that worked for another year, and fruitlessly walked in circles. And I'm not speaking against the idea of working with the administration at all. I'm just speaking about caution. And the lesson there was, don't get so far ahead of the body that you leave it behind, because you may find yourselves standing alone. And so just be careful.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2023-127. Item 10B7 is approved 11-0. We will now take up item 10D22 and then need to get Ms. Zelatel back in the room. We now have before us item 10D22, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 276-2023, recommendation of grant award to various nonprofits for development of and sustainably operating a project or service for residents of the municipality of Anchorage, targeting early childhood education and/or the prevention and mitigation of child maltreatment, domestic violence, and sexual assault for the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to postpone this until the meeting of the 18th.
Second.
A motion to postpone item 10D22 to the meeting of April 18 has been made by Mr. Voland and seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Go ahead, Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think, I really support the work of these organizations, but a couple members and I were curious just how they fall within the various alcohol tax buckets. And so we'd like to work with the health department to get some more specific language about that, which kind of categories they go with, and how these specific grants, which maybe seemingly don't have a clear and direct relationship to the categories, maybe they do, they can connect. We were able to get an email from Kim Rash at the health department and kind of explain the thinking there. And I think now that has maybe been circulated to all members, but I think we can work with the health department to kind of carve out some more specific language. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And it was Meg's idea. Meg and Daniel and I have been talking about this sort of how to approach these alcohol tax grants, because on one hand, we're really excited that these are happening and really thankful to Ms. Rash for finding a way to get these grants out that can be used this year. So just big kudos to you and a great improvement from last year. And we're so thankful. I mean, truly, it's amazing, like to see tonight STAR getting that funding. And but I think one of the challenges with these is, one of the items is youth court, for instance. Like, well, how is the youth court an organization that I know we all support and we've traditionally supported through the mayor's community grants, actually? So I'm a little surprised to see that come via a prevention bucket, I assume, as an alcohol tax funded project. So I think what we would like to see, and easy for me to ask now because I guess I'll be gone soon, but we have an approved budget that shows the different buckets for the alcohol tax, and it shows those amounts. And so I think that when we get these proposals, we should know where that fits into the approved budget and, you know, how much have we funded already? How much do we have left? Therefore, we have the money in such and such bucket to fund this. Because it's a little hard for us to track what's in what bucket, and then it makes it easier for us to make the argument. Anyway, Meg's idea, and I'm kind of going on, sorry guys, Meg's idea was, let's postpone it to the 18th, so it's only a week, and maybe you have that opportunity to do an S version and detail which buckets those three are coming from. I think the others were pretty clearly prevention, the 10D21. So that's what we're hoping we can do, give them a chance to fill in those gaps for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. I'm going to go to Ms. Zalatel next, as she had some difficulty getting in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm thinking about this a little bit more holistically as alcohol tax funding comes before us. And what I would really like to see is that however the grant award is proposed to be made, a couple of things. One, that the bucket of which the grant solicitation was done is indicated. So which bucket were we talking about? And then within the AM, not only indicating what the awards are, but which bucket the awards are in. Because what I would like to know is, like, are we awarding only out of one bucket or multiple buckets? And I think as we get more and more sophisticated with the alcohol tax, we'll get more and more clear on what those, I hate that they're called buckets, but what those buckets mean. And really providing that kind of information to us gives us really the opportunity to debate what, from a policy perspective, what we intend to fund in those buckets, what is something that prevents and mitigates child maltreatment or domestic violence, and making sure it really does track with the ballot language, because that's what we're out talking to constituents about and residents about, because that's what they voted for. And so the more transparent we can be from solicitation through to award, I think, and consistent, will give people a lot of confidence in the alcohol tax working as they intended. So I really appreciate the work. It is moving forward in leaps and bounds, and I just want to take this opportunity to continue to refine it so that we're really clear with what we're doing, and we can tell the story of what the alcohol tax is doing. This is a long-term story, right? These are long-term investments that will pay off in the future, and I think that the record will go to show that this is all great investment, but we just need to be really clear with what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Kohlhase?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the body, we appreciate the questions you raised. We have no objection to postponing for a week, and we will certainly spend some time working on an S version, and also take to heart the advice. We will take to heart the advice for trying to be more clear in the future. And I appreciate the recognition of the efforts that Ms. Rash and Ms. Johnson have put into this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kohlhase. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone item 10D22 to the special meeting of April 18. The motion is approved 12-0. This item will be back before the body at the meeting of April 18. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to reconsider item 10 Delta 24.
Second.
A motion to reconsider item 10 Delta 24 has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Point of information, was that one of the late on the table items? Can you tell me what that was?
It is, yes. It is the one with regard to the design services for the Port of Alaska. I inadvertently pulled the wrong item, and so I would ask members to allow reconsideration of this item so it can come back before us, and we can do what needs to be done, because there's another late on the table item to ride along with this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider item 10D24. The motion to reconsider is approved 11 to 1. I'm going to read into the record item 10D24, unnumbered assembly memorandum, recommendation of award to GHD WSP joint venture to provide design services for the Port of Alaska Modernization Program Cargo Terminal 1 for the municipality of Anchorage, Port of Alaska, $10,752,851. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zelatel, seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay on the table and incorporate into the agenda the laid on the table Geotechnical Advisory Commission Resolution 2023-01.
Second.
Would you repeat the motion, Ms. Zelatel?
Sure. I move to lay on the table and incorporate into the record the laid on the table Geotechnical Advisory Commission Resolution number 2023-01.
The motion to lay on the table and incorporate the Geotechnical Advisory Commission Resolution 2023-01 was seconded by Mr. Voland. Moved by Ms. Zelatel, seconded by Mr. Voland. Do you wish to speak to the motion, Ms. Zelatel?
The reason for laying it on the table is the Geotechnical Advisory Commission literally met today and didn't get this passed until this afternoon. As we discussed at the work session, we would like this to ride with the item at 10D24 as guidance for that designer of record. So it is, I believe it is timely because it was just passed today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent on the motion to lay the resolution on the table and incorporate it. Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, the motion is approved and the item, the Geotechnical Advisory Commission Resolution 2023-01 has been laid on the table and incorporated. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 10D24 is the designer of record. This is a great milestone for the Terminal 1 port modernization program. My thanks to the Geotechnical Advisory Commission for pulling together the resolution. I think we have clear guidance for the designer of record to evaluate the options forward. I really hope that optimistic June time to kind of put those options before us is possible. So that we can be clear on what it means to possibly move to a different seismic standard, what that cost savings might look like, what that cost increase might be for redesign, and really be able to move forward with the cargo terminal number 1 design so that we can move closer to construction. So I would urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. And we are just confirming that the document has been distributed to the members. So while the resolution is being distributed and to give members a moment to look it over, we will go ahead and move on to the next item because that one was inadvertently pulled, and we can take care of it, I think, pretty quickly. This is a late on the table item, 10D25. Okay. Unnumbered Assembly Memorandum, increase to change order authority for contract C-2022-001092 with STG Pacific LLC for Port of Alaska Modernization Program Design Bill Services for the Port of Alaska Administration Building in an amount not to exceed $1,788,636. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve item 10D25. The motion to approve item 10D25 is approved 12-0. Members should now have received the laid on the table resolution from the Geotechnical Advisory Commission, which accompanies item 10D24. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Is the chair of the Geotech Advisory Commission here? Or a member? Could Vice Chair, come on up, please. I have a question for you. Thank you. And state your name for the record again.
Kyle Brennan, Vice Chair of the Geotechnical Advisory
Thanks,
Committee.
Mr. Brennan. So I just had an opportunity to read through this, and I look at the recommendations A and B, and the question that comes to mind is, do these recommendations apply to all terminals going forward, or just a specific set, or how do I look at these? Because it affirms the recommendation at a minimum establishing minimal damage performance levels at the operating level earthquake and controlled repairable damage performance levels at larger seismic events, and then using controlled and repairable damage performance levels. But it doesn't say, is that across the board?
So our original recommendation in 2014 was to have one cargo seismic berth and one POL seismic berth. And our recommendation remains the same, is to have that at a minimum.
Okay, so what this states here effectively is at least one terminal that's for petroleum, one terminal for cargo that meets both of these standards.
That's correct. And we discussed this today in the meeting that when we drafted this, if the decision was made to exceed that and have the entire port designed to that standard, that would be a decision that would have to be made by the port, this body, et cetera.
Okay, so it's just, thank you, that's helpful information. And then I think I have a follow-up question for Steve. Mr. Rebuffo. Thanks, Steve. So we met this standard on the PCT, right?
Yes, we did.
And so check that box. Now the question is, for what's coming forward, is the design intent then for the first cargo terminal to be meeting this standard?
We hope to have that conversation with the designer of record to see if there's the possibility of incorporating that standard in both.
Okay, so it's fair to say then that we'll at least have one to meet these standards, if not both, if it's affordable.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Rebuffo. Any other discussion?
One last thing. Madam Chair,
Go ahead,
thank
Mr.
you
Constant.
to the Geotech Advisory Commission and all of its members for speaking by resolution. It makes it very, very clear for us to be able to proceed knowing that we have your full opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve item 10D24. The motion is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 10D26, also a laid on the table item, unnumbered assembly memorandum, amendment number 7 to contract with Matthew Mikulski, attorney at law for indigent defense for the Municipality of Anchorage Municipal Law Department, $39,000. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. You all have an amendment on the table. I would move the amendment submitted by the administration for item 10D26.
Second.
An amendment has been moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volan. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The original item didn't indicate who in the Department of Law prepared the item, and that's now been corrected, and that's important because it was ultimately then approved by the municipal attorney. We want to make sure that it's not the same person. And then clarification that the fund certification is in fact in effect. And so deleting if no fund certification already, that's not typical language. This should make this item much more clear for the public record. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no members in the queue. Are you trying to get in the queue?
Can we amend the amendment slightly and strike the word acting after municipal attorney or before?
Are you making an amendment to the amendment,
I would
Mr.
just ask the
Constant?
motion maker if we could add it to the amendment so that.
Sure, I'd be happy to add a deletion at line 20, striking the word acting to the original amendment if the second would agree.
I concur.
And the clerk has updated the language on the screen, if that is correct. So the amendment now includes on line 20, strike acting. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. The amendment is approved 12-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve item 10D26 as amended. Item 10D26 as amended is approved 12-0. We have one other item that was pulled from the consent agenda. It is an item for introduction, item 10G1. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 245-2023, Planning and Zoning Commission, Daniel George, Mayor's Office, public comment, April 25, 2023. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Two things. One, there's a slight correction, so we have a substitute version for introduction. If it wasn't passed out, I think it's been provided and we can get that circulated. Mr. Byrd, you handed it to someone. And the second thing is, I just want to declare personal interest here. It's not a substantial personal interest. It's really not an interest, but it's worth vetting on the record. Mr. George has a real estate license, an active real estate license at the Berkshire Hathaway Real Estate Brokerage. I have a real estate license in referral status at the Berkshire Hathaway referral brokerage, which is actually two different brokerages. But I wanted to make sure to disclose that to the members.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. It is the ruling of the chair that you do not have a conflict. However, do you wish to go through the questions?
No, I agree.
Thank you. With that, the A version has been distributed.
And I would move to introduce.
Second.
Third.
Moved to introduce by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Voland, and the third was Ms. Quinn Davidson. And that concludes the consent agenda. It's not a record. That is true. So we will move on to unfinished business. We now have before us item 11A, resolution number AR 2023-78, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the transfer of controlling interest of municipal marijuana cultivation license number M26609 to 5031 Eagle Street, LLC DBA Eagle Street Plant, stating the Assembly's waive of protest of the transfer of State of Alaska marijuana license number 26609 for the same establishment respectively, and authorizing, thank you. Action was postponed from the meeting of March 21, 2023. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Madam Chair, I would ask to move to postpone this one more meeting. We heard from, again, one of the parties to the transaction that they haven't quite crossed the threshold and they don't have an agreement. So I would move to postpone this to the meeting of the 25th.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to postpone item 11A to the meeting of April 25. It has been seconded by Mr. Voland. Anything further on the motion, Mr. Constant?
Nope, thanks.
Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AR 2023-78 to the meeting of April 25.
Ms. Dern, how do you vote?
The motion is approved 11-0. Item 11A will be back before the body at the meeting of April 25. We now have before us item 11B, ordinance number AO 2022-104, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, authorizing the negotiation by the municipal manager and the execution and delivery by the municipality of an acquisition agreement for a facility located at 716 West 4th Avenue.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing was closed at the meeting of January 10, 2023. Action was postponed at that meeting. Action was further carried over from the meeting of February 7, 2023 and March 7, 2023. Action was postponed from 2/21/2023 and March 7, 2023. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of the 18th.
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Zalatel to postpone item 11B to the special meeting of April 18. It has been seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is that there's an S version to be submitted and that the administration is prepared to submit that for the agenda by the agenda deadline for the meeting of the 18th. And since we don't have that, I think we should go ahead and wait until we see that. I will take this opportunity, though, to thank the administration for the last work session and providing the information I requested, at least, which was to have Ms. Ward there to talk about the real estate interests of the municipality. So hopefully on the 18th, we can move this toward decision once we see the S version. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yeah, I was just going to ask the administration, sorry, Kevin, were you trying to get in the? Okay. I was just going to ask for their position on that. I assume you're working, and Meg, you're all working together on getting this S version and bringing it forward, and you're okay with a week delay?
Through the chair to Member Quinn Davidson, absolutely yes, and we thank you for the accommodation.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Thank you, Mr. Colhase. And Mr. Cross, you took yourself out of the queue? Okay, got it, thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone item 11B to the special meeting of April 18.
I'm out of the system, so I vote yes.
The motion is approved 12-0. Item 11B will be back before the body at the special meeting of April 18. We now have before us item 11C, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 175-2023 as amended, Board of Ethics appointments, Kelly Mogadan, Terrence Kelly, Patrick Teagarden, Mayor's Office. This was bifurcated at the meeting of March 3rd, 2023, with the appointment of Terrence Kelly approved at that meeting. Further action was postponed on Kelly Mogadam and Patrick Teagarden from the meeting of March 3rd and also the meeting of March 21, 2023. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve?
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Voland? By Mr. Voland. Mr. Cross, did you wish to speak to the motion?
I guess I will briefly say I've been given no reason why their appointments shouldn't stand.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. I won't vote against these candidates. It is ultimately, at this time, the mayor's position to appoint, and we have these candidates before us, but what's really sad is who wasn't reappointed is one of the hardest workers of the board, and for no good reason was a person not reappointed that they've communicated to us other than it's just what the mayor wants. And I will say, literally, we have now imported into this very important board a bunch of inexperienced people who really don't clearly show qualification. Mr. Teagarden sent us a really nice communication about his ethics and values, and that's all fine, but it doesn't really get to the ability to communicate to us and the public. And so I think that qualifications are there at a minimum, and I feel uncomfortable voting yes. I will vote yes, only because we need people to be able to conduct these meetings. But I feel like this is one more demonstration of an administration that is aiming low and by intent.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Ms. France.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will vote in support of the motion. However, I do want to state that I have been dismayed that there are individuals who have served on commissions and boards for the municipality who have put in the work, who are committed, and who have been interested in being reappointed. And what we are seeing over and over is that none of those individuals are being reappointed. And I think that's just a terrible loss for our community, and frankly, it makes me rather sad. And I know that in this case, where the board is very important and a lot of work has been done, as is the case with other boards, there is definitely a loss, as Mr. Constant has said, of experience. And that is a shame, though I do appreciate that there are other individuals who are willing to step forward. I hope that we will someday once again see people reappointed who have those track records of service and experience and bring value to our boards and commissions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it can be troubling when we lose institutional knowledge, and I can appreciate that members would express that perhaps, their preference would be to retain currently serving Board or Commission members. But within any given qualifications that are in code, as these appointments subject to those qualifications, I do feel like it's the mayor's prerogative to appoint who he would want to appoint. And I want to be really careful with our language on some of these to say, that we're aiming low on some of these. I'm looking over these resumes and I see educated people who have worked in different industries, and some maybe, would be seemingly more closely pertain to the subject matter of the board, but that doesn't necessarily mean that somebody who's not an attorney working in ethics can't be on the Board of Ethics. When I was in optometry school, we took a class about ethics in optometry. All of us, look at the decisions that we make, all the time on a daily basis. What qualifies us to make the decisions that we make? So I want to be careful about that. And when people step forward to serve our city, I appreciate that, and I think that we want to encourage that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I actually have a little bit of experience with this board. I came before them a couple times when I was chair of the assembly, and I was very impressed by the board. Very knowledgeable folks, what I would term big brain people, and ethicists, philosophers, attorneys, who all comprised this board, because I think it's important to have folks who think like that on this board. It's not to say that there aren't philosopher, poet, pilots out there who could qualify for this board. There very well may be, but I think it is very important for us, especially with this board, that the administration really thoroughly vets folks to make sure that they will be a good fit, because this board makes pretty important decisions, and we need to make sure that we have folks who fit the importance and the gravity of this board. That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Actually, I'll go to Mr. Peterson. He hasn't spoke yet. Go ahead, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As chair of the Ethics and Election Committee, I've worked with the Ethics Board on several occasions over the years. And just recently, when we were working on the conflict of interest question, we had a discussion with them, and they worked on this, and I actually listened to the committee meeting when they were working on this while I was actually gone at that particular time. And so, yeah, they have got a lot of experience and have been doing an excellent job for the last number of years. And so having a massive amount of turnover on that board, I don't see as a positive thing at this point in time. And it's unfortunate. I'm not sure if the current members decided they didn't have time to continue doing this or what exactly the reason was, but I certainly would have liked to have seen the current board continue further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, no, it wasn't for lack of interest. It was for lack of seeing their value. And I just will say thank you, Mr. Volin. You convinced me to change my vote, because I don't actually believe the pilot is qualified for this position. And I was being careful in my words when I said high versus low, but I think, in fact, it was a miss. And so I thank you for helping me clarify my vote.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Are you making it? Mr. Voland?
I would move to bifurcate the two appointments.
Okay, I'll go to
Second.
Mr. Oh, okay.
Am I in the queue before we do that?
I hadn't given up the floor.
He was in the process of making the motion.
I don't know. Point of order. I don't know if that's true.
Okay, so ruling of the chair is Mr. Constant still had the floor.
All right.
And a motion has been made to bifurcate. It was seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant, anything further on the bifurcation?
I just believe that we have a qualified appointee there, Miss, I don't know how to pronounce her last name, Mogadam, but I just can't for Mr. Teagarden, especially in the context of who he is replacing.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Voland?
Thank you. He's replacing a vacancy. And I think you just took someone's entire resume and kind of reduced them to a soundbite. So I don't believe a pilot is qualified. And if you look over this person's entire resume, I don't know this person, but I don't know, it just doesn't sit right with me to look at their entire work experience, life experience, and say, oh, they're just a pilot. So I don't know, I just hope you would all take a little time and look over the entire resume. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, I don't support the bifurcation. I would like to approve both of them. I support a diversity of individuals on that board who are well qualified, and I don't think it's right for us to tell these individuals they're not qualified because we have a personal preference over somebody in particular. So it's a mayoral appointment, and I would encourage us to support these individuals. Their resumes look very well qualified, and I look forward to seeing them in action.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Stoltz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Agree with Mr. Cross's comments as well, but also we keep comparing these people to people that are currently in the seat and wishing they would stay, and I don't know who we're talking about, wishing they would stay. There's a lot of people I wish would stay and stay in office, stay volunteering, but change is inevitable, and if these people are qualified, they may be better.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Ms. Dern?
I agree with, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Mr. Cross and Mr. Solt, and I just want to say that some of this is also on us. I was talking to someone yesterday at a community council meeting and at our Eagle River Parks and Rec Board meeting, and, you know, there's no training. And that's kind of on us as well. So I think that when you think about bringing these people into these committees and onto these commissions, you know, I think we really need to work on how we mentor them and what the expectations are. So I think there might be a way to be able to have a diverse group of people represented on these boards and then make sure that there's cohesion through how we build the body or how we lay an expectation for the body to be built. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dern. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed.
It's okay, I can speak after.
Members may proceed to vote on the motion to bifurcate. The motion fails 5-7. We are back on the main motion. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Ms. Dern, we don't actually have a role in operating Title IV boards. It's the administration. And so any argument that there's a lack of support is probably true. It's growing, it's getting better now than it has been over the past year or so. But at this point, that is not something that is in our house.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find this conversation very interesting. Boards and commissions provide us, and particularly this one, provide us a great service. And I think it's really important to think about the balance between change and institutional knowledge. And while terms can be staggered, a year overlap, as we often learn even on this body, isn't often enough. And something like the Board of Ethics, I think about more like a judicial capacity almost. They're issuing decisions. They want to be consistent with the decisions they've made prior. The last thing we want is to feel like we have whiplash about an ethics decision, that we thought it was one thing and now because there are possibly new members, it's completely different. Because this is where we rely on the expertise, the institutional knowledge. It's an interpretation. It's an interpretation of the ethics code. And so I think a lot of really great points have been made down the dais tonight, but for me, when we have someone who's willing to come back and serve in these roles, especially if they haven't been there for a decade, but maybe it's 2 terms or even possibly 3 terms, I don't see a problem in that. And I guess I would just encourage that kind of point of view to be balanced with bringing in fresh new folks to build that volunteer base. Because if we lose institutional knowledge, I feel like we're acutely experiencing that right now with vacancies in the administration or changeover. We just have to kind of find our way again, and that doesn't provide a lot of stability. So in this instance, I would really like to see stability. I rely on the Board of Ethics, and I need to know that when I go back and talk to them, that they're familiar with my circumstances because I've already been there once before. And writing these ethics opinions is a lot of work, and it's done in a particular way. And if everyone's new to it, then we have to figure out, well, what does that mean? What does that look like? Who's got the capacity to do that versus folks who've already been on the ethics board, knowing that if an ethics opinion is going to be needed and it's going to be needed within a certain amount of time, what that looks like and who can step forward to be the author of that opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Colhase?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mario Bird would like to just offer a few comments regarding this. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but is there a particular question? I understand, Mr. Colhase, in the mayor's absence, you were speaking for the mayor, and if you have a particular question for Mr. Bird that you would like him to address, that would be helpful.
Madam Chair, I'd like Mr. Bird to speak for a moment to Mr. Teagarden's qualifications, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Bird.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, all of these issues that the body's been discussing, I think were exactly what we had in mind in the administration. We do need continuity, but we also need to get new faces in there so that there's continuity down the road. That's one of the reasons why I was very pleased that the body reappointed Terrence Kelly, who's been on this particular board for 20 years and, in fact, teaches ethics to the court system. Mr. Teagarden, I think, addresses some of the questions that the members have brought up regarding, is this a body that's representative of the public, or is it simply a membership that's limited to the bar? Code requires at least 1 bar member is on there. We have 1 bar member now, that's former municipal attorney Becky Wynn Pearson. So we wanted to find somebody who was not necessarily a member of the bar, but dealt with the law. Mr. Teagarden has that as an FAA inspector. And if you look at his resume, he deals with statutes, with case law, with regulations. He's a good writer, and that's one of the things that Mr. Constant, in my communications with him, said, that the ethics board does a lot of writing. They need to interpret. They need to be ready to give opinions on a timely basis. We think he's a great candidate because of that. He is a non-bar candidate, but that's part of what we see as our obligation, to seed this board with non-lawyer members who are also adept at dealing with the law. So that's why we put him forward to the body, and I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bird. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 175-2023. The motion is approved 10-2. We now have before us item 11D, ordinance number AO 2023-21, an ordinance amending the Anchorage 2040 Land Use Plan and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 21.01.080, Table 21.01-1, Comprehensive Plan Elements. Planning and Zoning Commission case number 2022-0133, Planning Department. Public hearing was closed 3/7/2023. Action was postponed from that meeting and also the meeting of 3/21/2023. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr.
Second.
Voland, seconded by Mr. Cross. Mr. Voland?
Thank you. I won't take too much time speaking to this, other than to say this important work by the Planning Department has been going on for some time now as it relates to the downtown plan, and I think it's really exciting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Any other discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2023-21. Item 11D is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 11E, ordinance number AO 2023-22, an ordinance amending the Our Downtown Anchorage Downtown District Plan 2021 and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 21.01.080, Table 21.01-1, Comprehensive Plan Elements.
Waive reading.
Public hearing was closed at the meeting of 3/7/2023. Action was postponed from that meeting and also at the meeting of 3/21/2023. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Voland. Any discussion? Mr. Cross, did you wish to speak to the motion?
Mr. Voland, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Nope. My comments from the prior also pertain to this. Thank you.
I concur. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2023-22. Item 11E is approved 12-0. We will now take up continued public hearings. We now have before us item 13A, ordinance number AO 2022-100, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending building codes at Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 23.10, Anchorage Administrative Code 2018 edition.
Waive reading.
Move.
Thank you.
Move. I'd like to, go ahead. I'd like to make a motion to move to the meeting of May 23rd. Yeah, continue public hearing. Thank you.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Cross to continue the public hearing to the meeting of May 23rd. It has been seconded by Mr. Voland. Mr. Cross on the motion.
Yeah, we had a pretty extensive S version that only came out less than a week ago. It barely made it in time for the CEDC meeting. I do want to make sure this S version gets before the Structural Engineers Association of Alaska, the Alaska General Contractors Association, as well as the Building Board. I wouldn't say it's a contentious item, but obviously when you're moving structural plan review and allowing for third-party independent plan review, we want to make sure we take everybody's considerations into effect. So unfortunately, the SEAC, Structural Engineers Association of Alaska, does not meet until the first week of May, and it would be really hard for us to sneak in there for the May 9th meeting. So so that's why we're moving out to the 23rd. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With an extension proposed for that long, I would possibly recommend also thinking about a work session on the S, especially since we may have new membership. Thank you.
If I may respond, Madam Chair, that's exactly right, because once that comes back, it would be my intention that a work session would be extremely helpful to bring new members up to speed. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. You're exactly right.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. And presumably the work session would be in May, not April?
That's correct. It would probably be the week before the 23rd. So, and I'll get with staff on what that would be. So whatever that week is before our assembly meeting of the 23rd. that week prior. Since the Structural Engineers Association and the Building Board will have met by then, and yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. We will flag it for a work session in May. Ms. Zalatel, are you back in the queue, or is that? No. Okay. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone item 13A to the meeting of May 23rd. Continuing the public hearing and postponing the item to the meeting of May 23rd. The motion is approved 12-0. This item will be back before the body at the meeting of May 23rd. We'll now take up new public hearings. We now have before us item 14A, resolution number AR 2023-74, a resolution approving administrative agreement IAFF AA number 2023-01 between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Association of Firefighters Local 64 regarding tour trades. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body? Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by, who was that? Oh, Ms. Zalatel, and seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel, do you wish to speak to the motion? Any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2023-74. The motion is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 14B, ordinance number AO 2023-33, an ordinance authorizing a revocable use permit on a portion of Lot 7, Section 4, T124, R4W, Seward Meridian between the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility and Vertical Bridge S3 assets. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Since we're having a discussion about Vertical Bridge, which is the kind of one of the primary companies that puts wireless communication assets on various towers across the municipality, I had a really strange phone call yesterday from a constituent who reported to me that one of the cell tower providers in our marketplace has a technical issue in which their signals are appearing to be out of state. So when she makes or receives phone calls, it's showing up in Connecticut. And she's called her provider and they say it's the tower operator and that it's the local government's issue somehow, which I couldn't quite grasp. But what was really clear was that if she has a call to 911 and it shows up in Connecticut, we have a problem. And so I don't know who at the Muni would be somebody I could put that woman in contact with, because it's certainly outside of my bandwidth, but she was talking about who's in charge of the towers and the repeaters that's between us. And it's not the, yeah, it's not, yeah, sorry, bad puns, unintended. Anyhow, I don't have a good answer for that, but.
Can I ask a point of information?
Yep.
So does this is an AWU item? What
Well, Vertical Bridge is the company that sticks cell towers up and various cell elements, and so that's why I bring it up.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyhow, it's obtuse, but it's germane in the sense that Vertical Bridge is.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Colhase?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Mr. Constant, if you send me the information, I will see if we can find out who to put her in touch with. I suspect it may be a combination of perhaps the municipal staff and the provider, but we can help work that out. Thank you.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where everyone's doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colhase. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2023-33. Item 14B is approved 12-0. I want to note for items 14C, there's a clerk's note at the March 21, 2023 meeting. This item was set for public hearing at the May 9, 2023 meeting. It was inadvertently placed on this agenda and is instead scheduled for public hearing on May 9, 2023. That item is AO 2023-34, an ordinance authorizing and approving the adoption of Port of Alaska Terminal Tariff Number 10.0, Port of Alaska. So again, that item will be before the body at the meeting of May 9. And I am actually going to call a break for about 10 minutes before we take up the next item. If members could please take their seats.
Mr. Perez-Verdia, can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you. Thanks.
Thank you.
We now have before us item 14D, ordinance number AO 2023-35, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 3.102, municipal use of surveillance technologies to ban the acquisition, use, or accessing of facial recognition technology with limited exceptions, and to reorganize the chapter. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Welcome. State your name for the record, please, and the area of the community in which you live.
Hi, my name is Michael Patterson. I live in District 1. And I'm testifying in support of AO 2023-35. I want to thank those Assembly members who introduced this ordinance and for being proactive to protect our constitutional right to privacy. I support AO 2023-35 and ask the Assembly to pass this ordinance as soon as possible. There is a myth that technology like facial recognition, unmanned aerial surveillance can mitigate or even eliminate human error. Facial recognition, oh, of course my phone messes up. Facial recognition technology and unmanned aerial surveillance are tools that can and have been used to violate civil liberties and can be manipulated to sustain systems of oppression. Given the fact that the municipality of Anchorage has time and time again demonstrated its lack of commitment to transparency and accountability with regard to APD, the idea that APD would have the ability to collect facial data, operate aerial surveillance is a truly terrifying prospect, especially when APD is deliberately undermining the will of Anchorage voters. It's been 2 years and we still don't have body cameras. APD and the police union don't respect the will of the voters, and why would anyone believe that they would respect our privacy if they've been given this technology to use? And, oh, I actually have time. This never happens. And I would just like to say, too, that I don't want to do a procedural faux pas, but the S version for this AO is really just an insult to what the public has been put through for the last 2 years with regard to public accountability and transparency from the police department. It has literally been one of the most frustrating experiences as a resident of Anchorage for the last 3 years to be asking the Assembly, to be asking the administration, to trying to talk to APD about being more transparent and more accountable to the public. And just to have the S version of this ordinance introduced is really just a huge slap in the face. And it really demonstrates to me that what's been happening for the last 2 going on 3 years with regard to body cameras demonstrates that there's been a willful, deliberate, and purposeful actions by APD and the police union to really try to draw this body camera thing out. And so I humbly ask the Assembly to pass this ordinance. And I really want to thank the Assembly members who brought this forward, because it is kind of a breath of fresh air to see the Assembly act in a proactive way to hold the police accountable. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Sir, Mr. Solt has a question for you.
I never get questions at these things either.
I usually don't have them. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I always want to go after the root cause of a problem. So it sounds like you're more pointing the root cause as APD versus the software, because I can think of a lot of good tools that, if not used correctly, can lead to harm or a bad outcome. So is it the tool, or is it the people using the tool?
I would say it's the people using the tool, or through the chair, to Assemblymember Solt. It's technology, it's a tool. Like anything, a hammer can be neutral, but if you put it in the hands of somebody who's using it for harm, then that tool has been used to do harm. Really, APD has demonstrated for the last 2 years that they don't want to be held accountable. Everything that they've done has been deliberately, organized to stop the public from holding them accountable. And so, no, I don't trust this administration or the APD to use these tools at all. I really don't. And now I would say, if there's an Amber Alert and a kid goes missing, I think we all can agree that we want to find this child, and you can use whatever means you can. But the reality is, too, this technology will be used to violate our rights. And because there's nothing that the APD has demonstrated in terms of public trust for the last 3 years that makes it feel even remotely comfortable that they can responsibly use it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Welcome. You could press the button there, the green one. It's on.
Thank you, guys. Am I good? Hi, my name is Robert Hakama, UMed Community Council. I want to thank Assemblymember Sweet for introducing this resolution, and frankly, I don't think it could possibly come at a better time. What is that? Okay. I believe that's the case because of two really important reasons. Number one, it comes at a time of a relatively tense relationship between the police department and the public. Regardless of the reasons for that tension, that is the perception among the public. I'm not saying the APD is evil. I'm saying that there is a difficult relationship with regards to communications between the police and the public. The second reason this is really important and comes at a good time is because the potential harm that this technology can cause at its early stage particularly is worthy of the city's intervention, even though sometimes it is about the person using the technology with the best faith intention possible. At its root, this technology is... I knew this speech was fire, but I'm not trying to trigger the... Sorry.
I'm going to pause your time just for 1 second here. And if folks on the phone could please mute. We're picking up a lot here in the chambers. Go ahead.
On police relations. The public wants accountability from the APD, just like any other police department in any city you might live in. And from our justice system broadly, we saw the city vote overwhelmingly to approve body cameras 2 years ago. And because of lots of reasons, but that are unimportant to the public, there has been a lag in implementation that has only lessened public trust and made it worse. Additionally, I'm particularly concerned that a future body or mayor might be tempted by this technology as we continue to face sustained budget cuts that could affect, in the future, our police department. AI circumvents human labor, but if we let this cat out of the bag now, we could also end up circumventing people's right to fair and equitable justice, and that is not acceptable. On the newness of this technology, look, AI is happening, it's going to change our lives, and it truly could be for the better. I don't know. But based on history, it feels counterintuitive to fight change in technology. But without any federal regulation and no standard practice of use, we cannot judge as a city, as a body, no matter how many policy sprints you got, we can't judge whether this technology is actually in the public interest because of design flaws that I think Assemblymember Sweet has extensively laid out in previous work sessions and the documents that he's provided you today. I think that's pretty clear. lastly, with the unexpected last bit of time that I have, I just want to say, again, to the comments that this is like a problem with who is deploying it, we shouldn't, like I said, we don't want to jump the gun and say no to new technology because it's scary, we don't know how to use it. You can get to the root of anything, but when technology has no federal regulation, no standard practice of use, and because of the way it's built, because of human error, it will necessarily misidentify people who have committed crimes or not. Like, that technology should not exist in the public until we actually know how to use it. It exceeds the capacity of a human's desire to regulate behavior because it moves beyond that behavior. So I strongly support this policy. I am against the S version. I think this policy needs to stay in the best faith, which is its original version. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Well, I've been a member of this community for more than 30 years. From the time frame before I was 4, I was taken from state's custody from my parents. My father was buried at Fort Rich. My biological father was buried at Fort Rich, and I lived with a foster dad for more than 10 years. I've been in and out of state's custody. Well, I've been in state's custody for roughly my entire lifetime. Members of the Anchorage judiciary who are unelected officials hold a large sway over my life, whereas the members of the assembly have been duly elected by the Anchorage populace themselves. It was the reason why I was taken from my parents was directly related to the drug war, which the newspapers have been talking about whether or not drugs will be decriminalized in at least 35 other states. I want the opportunity to go abroad and to renounce my citizenship before drug legalization ever happens. I have a public guardian who has denied me the opportunity, and I've been trespassed from the airport at least 4 times by local law enforcement. I can't buy my own airport ticket because of the guardianship system. Juan San Miguel is a potential identity theft, not from Alaska.
And do you have any comments on the proposal regarding facial recognition technology?
No, ma'am.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve original version.
Second.
A motion to approve the original version has been made by Mr. Sweet and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Mr. Sweet.
So I said most of my thoughts at the work session we had on this, but it all basically comes back, in my mind, to 3 primary perspectives. The first is, frankly, that it doesn't work, and that we've seen multiple instances across the rest of the country in which citizens at large have been deprived of their liberty as a result of not just the people using them, but the very nature of the technology itself. I don't want that to happen here. I'm not saying necessarily that it would or that it would be somehow inevitable, but it becomes much more likely in the absence of regulation, in the absence of guardrails, policies, procedures, things like that. To that effect, I think I probably miscommunicated this by saying ban as often as I have. I like the simplicity of that, and certainly it's a fair characterization. But for those of you who've read the entire ordinance that I put forward, there is an extensive procedure detailed at the end of the ordinance laying out what the exceptions policy is. And if any entity in the municipality is interested in acquiring this technology, be it upon this passage or 5 years from now or whenever, they have the ability to come forward proactively and explain, here's how we're going to use it, here's how we want to use it, here's our rationale. In the absence of any manner of regulation, we don't have that level of certainty. I would be remiss not to repeat again the way that this disproportionately affects people of color. I think it is completely fair to say that of the 5 instances that we know of people wrongly arrested across the country because of false positives, all of them have been black men. I think it is fair to say that if even one incident had happened in which it was a white man who was wrongly arrested, the entire government would have swiftly moved to take action on this technology. The second is as a means of supporting our right to privacy. Particularly, this matters to me as a young person because growing up in the shadow of 9/11, I don't even hardly remember a time in my life in which I've been able to really enjoy a complete and thorough right to privacy. And that is a sentiment expressed by many people in my generation, thanks to the conglomeration of not just big government, but big multinational tech companies as well. I think drawing a line in the sand and saying, no, we will not accept this is reasonable when taken into the greater context of the loss of our privacy to a series of shadowy multinationals and government agencies. And finally, the third reason is because if we use this and if something goes wrong, like it has throughout the rest of the country, we will be sued. It is my opinion that we will lose handily, and I believe risk of litigation is a perfectly legitimate consideration. There's litigation pending, to my understanding, about false arrests happening right now. This is not a referendum on any particular municipal entity, APD or otherwise. This is a referendum on our rights and what it means to continue to be free in this city, state, and country. I do have amendments, and in terms of just sort of a procedural question, would now be the appropriate time to move those?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I move suite amendment number 2.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Mr. Sweet.
While
Sorry,
it's being-
actually, that was seconded by Mr. Voland. Go ahead, Mr. Sweet.
While it's being put up on the screen, I'm just going to read it verbatim. The use of facial recognition technology in conjunction with or as component of any real-time surveillance or surveillance technology by the municipality or any municipal staff shall be unlawful. This is a no-brainer in my mind, but it basically refers to the most advanced version of facial recognition technology, not something that I believe that we're even near acquiring due to cost prohibition and things like that, but it's a basic matter of economics that as time goes on, things get cheaper, and we will have to reckon with what this technology looks like at some point in the future, and I think we can all be in agreement that the ability of our government to track the movements of individuals in real time based on their face and where they are out in public is dystopian. It is what Orwell was trying to warn us about, according to a bumper sticker I saw the other day. And I think, I urge its passage due to what I think ought to be a unanimous understanding that that is not something that we are comfortable with.
Thank you, Mr. Sweet. Ms. Zalatel on the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. A question to Mr. Sweet. Can you talk to me a little bit about how A is different than the current A, the notwithstanding? What are we adding with this amendment that isn't already covered in the original language? Thank you.
Excellent question. The real purpose and spirit of this is to basically exempt real-time tracking capabilities from the list of what is described later in the ordinance about what can be acquired. Essentially, I am trying to exempt real-time capabilities from the list of exemptions detailed later in the ordinance. That is to say, there's a procedure laid out in the latter half of the ordinance that details how an entity in the muni can go about acquiring this. The purpose of this is to prevent real-time facial recognition from being considered under the exemptions section, basically.
May I follow up? Thank you. So the way I read the original language, the notwithstanding language, is that those are things that are prohibited, that nobody from the municipality or municipal staff may obtain, and that includes facial recognition technology or information obtained from facial recognition technology. Are you saying that you need this amendment because it doesn't contemplate that being done in real time? Because if you're trying to address something later in the ordinance, I don't see how this does it here. And so that's where my disconnect is.
I can, I suppose, turn it over to Matthew to detail a little bit more of the legal talk, but at least that was my sort of intent of including this amendment.
Mr. Hurt?
I'm pushing the wrong button. That's what I'm doing wrong. Sorry. Through the chair, Matthew Hurt, Legislative Counsel. Yeah, as Mr. Sweet previously discussed, the language within the AO as written has certain qualifying language, even in the language that discusses the prohibition. So as written, the AO subsection 3-120A basically has the qualifying language notwithstanding any other provision except the exceptions provided in section 3-102-30, which comes later. The idea, and my understanding, the intent behind building in this language up front is that there would be no qualifying language, basically allowing for real-time use of facial recognition technology, regardless of exceptions that are built in either in this ordinance or subsequently added through the reserved section. So it's basically a blanket prohibition on real-time facial recognition technology, period. And there can be no carve-out for it.
Any follow-up, Ms. Zalatal?
If I may, one to Mr. Hurt. Do we have a definition of what constitutes real time?
Why you gotta ask tough questions, ma'am? Not contained within the ordinance, unfortunately. I did not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatal. Thank you, Mr. Hurt. Next is Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when I saw the S version today, I thought, and I guess this has to do with the amendment because I'm wondering sort of how to approach all of these amendments. When I saw the S version today, I thought, oh great, this is the members, post-work session working with APD and coming up with an S version that incorporates, the practicality of what APD is doing and the policy that we believe in. And so I was really hopeful and thought, oh, this is great. Everyone's worked together. And so I'm seeing that's maybe not the situation. And I'm having a hard time digging into these amendments without even having the space to have a conversation about what the S version did or does not do, and what the regular version does or does not do, and how these amendments fold into it. And I guess I'm just struggling. I don't think I can support any of this until we have that discussion, because I just don't understand it well enough. And I guess I just want to put that out there, that if there were, if folks were open to maybe postponing to next week and having a session where we could discuss the S version or more chance to understand it, and then sort of weaving in how all these amendments apply. I guess just throwing that all out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Rivera, on the amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess just to provide a little bit of a background of how this amendment came forward, because I'm hearing that it's a little bit awkward the way that it's placed. So as I am understanding this amendment came forward because this is something that was incorporated into the S version that the police chief came forward and noticed that this was not language that we included in the original version. And so Mr. Sweet and the sponsors felt like it was important that this particular real-time language be incorporated into the original version. And so that is why this amendment is here. I will say, speaking a little bit more broadly to the S version, while I appreciate the work that the chief did on it, I am not supportive of the S version. I think it's moving in the wrong direction. The original version that we have provides substantial opportunity for exemptions. And although I appreciate that maybe departments don't want to go through an exemption process, I think that better protects our constituents and the municipality as a whole, the original version. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So it just dawned on me, looking back at the tax that created the opportunity to implement body-worn cameras, that without something like this ordinance, this prohibition coming into the code, and the chief, the police department isn't going down this road, but it's conceivable that this tax intended for body-worn cameras could in fact be used to purchase equipment for facial recognition technology. And that irony strikes me as a little too close and worthy of support. But other than Ms. Quinn Davidson's amendment, which I fully support, which strikes the word his, it makes it gender neutral, that one was easy. I think I agree with her otherwise that we probably should see kind of a crosswalk between these two versions and understand what does what and how and why. And so I think I would be in support of postponing this item to the meeting of the 18th with the work session so we can dive into this eyes wide open.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, yeah, I do want to echo that the language in this proposed amendment is taken from the feedback that we heard from Chief Curl. So that's an attempt on our part to integrate that recommendation, and specifically hearing from the chief, and I guess if he wants to speak to this, he certainly can, that his concern was over the real-time surveillance. Similarly to my colleagues, I'm much more interested in the original version and its list of exemptions. And I'm glad that this conversation has happened. And it part of what is detailed in the exemptions, what we'd like to see departments who want to purchase this type of technology is come forward with their policies and procedures in that proposal. Now, we heard from APD at the work session that they have not written policy and procedures. And to me, it's almost as if in response to this, they have kind of started that work, which I think is a good thing. So it's not that APD can never have this technology in some fashion and implement it within some boundaries. I just don't think that Anchorage is ready for this technology. And I have serious concerns over with AI in general and how it has a potential to distort people's appearances in photos and in videos. And so, yeah, I would just join my co-sponsors in recommending support for the original version and for these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question, and then I may make a motion. I know we're on this particular amendment, but is it possible to tell me how many of these amendments are intended to be moved tonight in total?
2 and 3 in terms of the ones that the sponsors and I had prepared, and then absolutely we would move, time permitted, the one prepared by Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sweet. With that, I move to postpone to the meeting of April 18th.
Second. A motion to postpone the item to the meeting of April 18 has been made by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm having a hard time tracking, particularly one of the other amendments. I can't slot it into the language based on where it says it goes. It doesn't track for me. And that's really hard to do. And I'm wondering if there's any appetite for you all to prepare an S1 where you incorporate the amendments you want so we can read them in totality, particularly because I think that not only is there prohibitions, but then there's exceptions, and being able to see all those things in the same document and read them for context, when we start amending what I consider to be technical legislation on the floor, I get nervous because we can end up with amendments that when we read it in the whole could lead to inconsistencies or later lead to implementation problems. And we've had it happen before. So I would like to, I'm generally supportive of this in the original version, but I would feel much more comfortable if I could see it all as a package. That would maybe be through an S1. I don't think it would be terribly difficult to prepare, and we could still take it up next week, so you would still have already educated the people who would be making the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Any further discussion on the motion to postpone to the special meeting of April 18? Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you. And I guess I would just ask that, I know it's sort of a tight turnaround, but if we were able to have a work session, I think that would be really helpful. I'd like to hear, there's obviously some work that went into the S version, so I'd like to hear from Chief Curl and from Ms. Helzer, who I know was working on it. I'd like to hear from you all. What don't you like about it? What do you like about it? I think because you are all in the weeds on this, it feels maybe a little more intuitive. I think for some of us, it's like there's a lot of different terms and pieces, and I want to dig into it a little more if we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. And I will just note that there is time on the calendar for this Friday to have a work session. Next on the motion to postpone, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I support the motion to postpone. I support another work session, just with all the amendments so we can clean it up. I just want to make sure I'm clear on what I'm voting on and what we're approving. I don't want us to become a social credit score system, but I also want facial recognition for time cards and things like that. I just want to make sure it's clear what I'm voting on, because right now I feel like it's sausage. But I mean, time card. But gotcha. Yeah, you see, it's a little convoluted, and I feel like it's sausage, but it's mostly feet and butts and intestines right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Colhase?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add that we would certainly support having a work session if there was a agreement to postpone this till next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colhase. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone item 14D to the special meeting of April 18.
Mr. Perez-Verdia, how do you vote?
Yes.
The motion is approved 11-1. This item will be back before the body at the special meeting next Tuesday, April 18. And in the meantime, I will work with the clerk's office to schedule a work session for this Friday. We now have before us item 14E, resolution number AR 2023-91, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $2,020,000 from earnings within the MOA Trust Fund for expert financial management and support services provided in calendar year 2023. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant?
Thanks. Someone from Treasury here? Yeah, come on up. Quick question for you. How do these charges this year or this cost line up in general with our average annual expenditure for these services?
Glenn Cipriano, Deputy Treasurer. Through the chair, these are usual and customary. 53 basis points is on the lower end of what you see institutional management, and that's where we are at this level.
So last year it would have been roughly the same?
Roughly the same. 1.95 million is what were our actual expenditures.
Perfect. That's all I needed, Glenn. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2023-91.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Item 14E is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 14F, resolution number AR 2023-92, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating opioid settlement proceeds in an amount not to exceed $898,366.77 in 2022 to the Opioid Settlement Fund and appropriating Opioid Settlement Fund balance of said amount in 2023, all to the Anchorage Health Department, Opioid Settlement Fund, and for allowable opioid remediation uses. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Zalatel on the motion.
I'll just wait until I'm in the queue. Thanks.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering, Ms. Rash, so when I read through this, and then you sent a supplemental memo that you laid, either addendum or laid on the table, which was super helpful, that sort of laid out the plan, I think, for going through how we would spend these funds. The memo didn't speak to actually what we'd spend it on, but I think the plan, yeah, come on up, but I think the plan is to figure that out, right? And then can you speak to, since this was for 2022, are we, that's how I understood it, are we able to use it whenever we figure out that strategic plan about how to spend these funds?
Yes, correct on both. So as of right now, I don't want to make a decision on how to use the funds without re-engaging with the task force. Once we do that, we can put a plan together. My plan also is to report out during the Health Policy Committee meetings where we're at and how we're spending it. But at this time, there is no actual plan to spend the money other than re-engage with the task force, and then we can use the funds, and they will roll over. We have 18 years of funds that we'll be receiving.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Thank you, Ms. Rash. Mr. Constant?
Thanks. So thank you for that statement. And we talked a couple weeks ago on this, and I asked the question similar, I think maybe it was part of the memo, the idea, where are these funds going to go? The question that comes to my mind now is, we are appropriating to the fund and then appropriating fund balance, which allows it to be spent. So why wouldn't we wait on appropriating it out of the fund, right? Appropriate it to the fund and hold it there until we understand what its purpose is. That's, generally speaking, I've evolved to the position where I don't feel comfortable writing a blank check, and that's no strike against the department and the hard work you're doing. It's just a kind of a position I have now come to have to really contemplate. And so I'm not going to make a motion at this moment, but I just put that out there for members to consider in the context of the fact that we don't have a plan for what we're going to spend, but if we do pass this as it's written, it can be spent on whatever.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Rash, could you tell me who the person is that actually prepared this document that's before us? It says prepared by Anchorage Health Department, approved by you. Can you tell me who prepared the document?
OMB did, and then I prepared the AIM.
Well, that's problematic because that's not what the document says. So we can't have documents that say prepared by without a name because especially if it says prepared by Anchorage Health Department and then it's approved by the director of the health department, we need to know that it's not the same person because there's just kind of this chain of review. And it sounds like this one was actually approved by OMB, yet it concurs with it. So I think we need to correct it so that the record is clear. So I think what I would ask to do is to move on to the next item and take a beat so we can fix it. Otherwise, we're going to have to postpone it. So I can take a minute and figure out what the right amendment might be, but I'm not going to be able to do it on the fly. I apologize.
Sure, we can set that aside and come back to it. Okay, we will go ahead and move on to the next item. 14G, resolution number AR 2023-95, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending the 2023 general government operating budget and appropriating not to exceed $1,070,000 for public safety and snow removal needs and adjusting property tax revenues. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body? Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Quinn-Davidson, seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yeah, thank you. I'll be quick because we did have a work session on this, so I think members are aware, but just for the public's knowledge, this would appropriate just over $1 million toward public safety needs in 3 categories. One is an additional fire academy. We got a grant that allows us to hire additional firefighters, but without an academy to train them and due to some attrition, we need to keep up our staffing, and this $470,000 would allow us to hold that academy. Chief Schrage said in the work session that if we didn't have the funding and make the decision to do that academy by mid-April, it would be too late. So tonight is the night, hopefully. The second item is for APD, which would involve a number of pieces of training, including implicit bias training. APD has held trainings like this before, and it has been really successful, and the chief is supportive of any training monies that we can set aside. And then the third piece is setting aside $200,000 of funding, additional funding, beyond what the Assembly has already added to the annual budget for snow plowing. And we understand there might be a need for more, but we just went with the money that we had left to work within the tax cap in here on these amounts, and we could certainly in 1Q or as you all move forward in the next year's budget appropriate more for snow plowing. So that's it, and if there are any questions or anything, I would welcome them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Quinn-Davidson really summarized that. I really want to underscore the AFD Academy. For those who might just be kind of tuning in, we've been working really hard to ensure that we can get adequate staffing up to national standards on our fire apparatus. And the SAFER grant is one of those opportunities, and the investment in the academy. In the long run, these investments will hopefully save us money as we can reduce our overtime costs for the fire department, as well as avoid things like rolling closures, which come from time to time. So this is money well spent, and truly gets to a significant public safety need, which is a fire department staffed to national standards, where we have, I believe it's 4 people per rig, so that they can respond and not have to wait for a secondary crew to arrive on scene before they can get working. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2023-95.
Mr. Presverdia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Item 14G is approved 11-1. Ms. Zalatel, do you want to go back to item 14F?
Yes, Madam Chair. So I move to make two amendments, actually. I move to strike lines 26 through 28, consistent with what Mr. Constant suggested, as well as amend line 32 to read prepared by Marilyn Bonzoff, OMB.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Constant. Anything further on the motion?
I agree with Mr. Constant on not doing the expenditure yet. I think receiving the funds is great, and we've got them, and then when we get the plan, we can move towards expending them. It would be different if these were being expended with the plan already in place. But until that time, because they can roll over and be held, I think it's prudent just to wait until the plan is developed. If for some reason there's funding needed in order to develop the plan, a more specific appropriation should come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. And to confirm, the amendment would include striking lines 26, 27, 28, the expenditure information, and on line 32, changing the prepared by to strike Anchorage Health Department and put in Marilyn Bonzoff, OMB.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Kohlhase?
Madam Chair, thank you. I'm looking online right now. I believe that Ms. Bonzoff, her last name is misspelled. I will try to get that to you just right now.
Thank you, Mr. Kohlhase.
Oh.
Good now?
Thank you.
Great. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Zalatel Amendment 1.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 12-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2023-92 as amended.
Mr. Presverdia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Item 14F is approved 12-0. Before we move on to the next item, I want to note that it is 10:51 and we have 9 minutes left unless there is a motion to extend.
Move to extend to 11:15.
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Zalatel to extend by 11:15. We were assuming it was going to be later. It was seconded by Mr. Voland. Is that correct? Seeking unanimous consent. Hearing no opposition, we are extended until 11:15. We now have before us item 14H, ordinance number AO 2023-36, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 3.70.140, unfair labor practices, to specify that a complaint is to be filed with the municipal clerk. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is really a cleanup item, just to be clear, where the complaints can be filed. The AM really details that it just provides an avenue because the municipal clerk's office is not involved in responding to the complaints and neutrally and impartially receives such types of documents in its regular course of business. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2023-36.
Mr. Presverdia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Item 14H is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 14I, ordinance number AO 2023-37, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly repealing and reenacting Anchorage Municipal Code Section 1.15.060, conflicts of interest. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. This item is a product of a long conversation, practically as long as I've been on the body. People have been looking at those questions and asking themselves, what in the heck do these questions mean and how do I answer them? And when I answer them, what does that have to do with the question of whether or not I have a personal or financial interest in the question before us? And so undertaken in a process that's taken months with lots and lots of eyes, thank you to a number of folks from Assembly Counsel's office, from our new legislative council, to Deannis, to the Ethics Board, which took up the question and gave it a close review. What we've done here is clarify, make it really clear the definition of what a personal interest is, a financial interest, or et cetera. And it makes it much clearer for us as members to speak to questions of whether or not we have a conflict. And I urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. And Mr. Turner is passing out an amendment. I'll go through the queue. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am so glad that we are finally getting around to cleaning up how we declare and handle a conflict. This is, like Mr. Constant, something that has bothered me since I was chair in 2019. Those questions that we used to read make so little sense as someone who had to judge your responses to the questions. And I feel like they really didn't offer much in terms of transparency and accountability to the public either. And actually, just today, right, during this meeting, when asked, do you want me to read through the questions, I was like, heck no, those are horrible questions. And then I think it also happened with Mr. Constant as well. So I think this new process is going to serve the public interest much better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to point out that the most important part of the conflict of interest as far as elected officials are concerned is the fact that you disclose that you believe you might have a conflict. It's up to the chair and the rest of your colleagues to decide if you actually do have one. But if you don't disclose that there's a potential conflict there, that's when you get yourself in hot water. So, and the fact that we had those questions before, I kind of thought put people in a difficult position because they look at those questions and they say, well, none of those make any sense compared to the situation that I'm currently in. And so by redoing this, and the work with the Board of Ethics was instrumental in this, they felt that the disclosure was the most important part of this entire thing. So I just wanted to emphasize that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree this has been a long time coming and just want to echo the thanks that has already been stated for all the folks who have been involved in this process, especially Ms. Ennis. We have spent a lot of time on this ordinance and it has been iterative. And again, thank you, Ms. Ennis, for being responsive to the discussion in the Rules Committee meeting, in the Ethics and Elections Committee, and definitely appreciate the feedback from the Board of Ethics. There is an amendment I will move that has just been passed out, amendment number 1 at the advice of council. I move amendment number 1.
Second.
And that was seconded by Ms. Zalatel.
Moved by Ms. LaFrance, seconded by Ms. Zalatel.
May I speak to it?
Please.
Thank you. The purpose of this amendment is to delete the word discrete on section 1, page 4, beginning at line 9. The current language authorizes the assembly to divide a question to avoid a conflict. However, discrete is not defined, and so with this deletion, then the body is left to determine if the conflict is only with a part of an action. And again, this is at the advice of counsel, and so if there are questions, obviously Mr. Gates and Mr. Hurt, and then Ms. Ennis is also on the line, and all are available to answer. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 1.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
Mr. Voland, how do you vote?
The amendment is approved 12-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. You know, I'm remiss that I did not ask this question before the previous vote, but it's still a germane question. This is a question to council. What we just adopted was if the conflict is with only a part of the action, the body may divide the question to avoid a conflict on part of the official action, but allow participation on the whole. So can one of you describe for us the practical application of that language? What does that mean in what case? I have in my mind a number of scenarios, but I would love to hear from council what that means.
Yes, thank you. I'll try. I think we've seen it a number of times with, for example, former Assembly Member Dunbar, who was on the Anchorage Parks Foundation board, and we had our budget for a larger measure with a number of items, and one was money appropriated to the Parks Foundation. So he would just bifurcate and conflict out of that one part, and then come back and be able to vote on the whole thing. And so that's, I think, a pretty good example that many current members have seen. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, thank you. It's a perfectly crisp example. But effectively to restate it is a member who may have a conflict on a smaller part of an ordinance subsection of a budget wouldn't take a vote on that item, but could take a vote on the whole package once it is before the body as a whole.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Perfect. I agree with that. Thanks. Sorry to go backwards in the debate, but I wanted to make sure we had that clearly on the record, and I support this ordinance. I hope you do as well.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Gates. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2023-37 as amended.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
Item 14I is approved 12-0. We can all remove those yellow cards in the binder. We now have before us item 14J, ordinance number AO 2023-38, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code chapters 3.20, 3.30, 3.35, and 14.60 to update the municipal health and safety program, establish the Director of Health and Safety as the principal workplace safety officer for the municipality, and enforce through civil fines to ensure compliance with federal, state, and municipal occupational health and safety regulations. Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. Mr. Constant?
Move to approve.
Second.
Oh, wait. You wanted to postpone this one? If you don't mind, Mr.
I remove my second.
Move to postpone this item to the meeting of April 18th.
Second. A motion to postpone this item to the special meeting of April 18 has been made by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel.
Please. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Work is underway on an S version of this ordinance, and Mr. Hurt is working with some members of the administration as well who have indicated a desire to provide feedback, as they had stated at the work session we had on this. So the intent is to get that S version out and to the members before next Tuesday. I urge support.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone 14J to the special meeting of April 18.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Item 14J is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 14K, ordinance number AO 2023-39, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 12.05, to add a new section establishing parameters for content of municipal property tax bill mailings. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel on the motion.
Actually, I'll yield to Ms. Quinn Davidson for the amendment.
Go ahead, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. I really like what your intent is, and I understand it. And honestly, it's unfortunate that, anyway, this meeting's been so nice. I don't want to go to a dark place, but, you know, it's unfortunate that we have to start thinking about these things because there are actors who are abusing the process. I mean, but I do think that it is beneficial, like in the case of school bond debt reimbursement. Like, I thought it was really beneficial to say to voters, hey, the state is not paying that this year, and so, you know, your property tax bill may go up by $400. And if we don't do that, they're going to assume that we're raising taxes by that much. People don't understand the tax cap. They don't, you all know this. They don't understand, I mean, nor would I if I were just a regular person not on the assembly, right? Why all the ins and outs. And so I hear what you're trying to do, but I feel like we need to have a little more wiggle room to talk about why taxes might be going up or down. And I tried to craft, you know, Dean and I together tried to craft this in a way that was somewhat limited, so it wouldn't give a free-for-all for a mayor who's, you know, off the rails, but that it would allow us some freedom to discuss why taxes are going up or down. So anyway, that's what this amendment is. I guess I should have said that I move amendment, Quinn Davidson amendment number 2.
Second.
Thank you. Did that backwards.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant, on the amendment?
Yeah, thanks. So I have an amendment that isn't circulated that kind of was attempting to get to a similar place. My proposal that I was chewing on, it said effectively the communication could happen if it was approved by resolution of the assembly. So drafted by administration, OB finance, whatever, and then approved. And then I heard a voice from one of our great counselors who said, well, that too could be political, depending on how your alignments are. And so I didn't move it, even though it sits on the table over there ready to be moved, but for this amendment. I think that this amendment probably is subject to a similar loophole in that a bad actor can still be bad and find a way through it. But this provides some really clear guidance that it needs to be based on other sources. And so I think I lean towards yes on this, and if we find it's abused again, we come back and tighten it up. But I think I was running down the same path you are, just trying to find an answer that provides some room to be clear, but not so much room for abuse. So thank you for this.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Before we continue through the queue, It's 11:07, and we have 8 minutes left. Could I get a motion to extend?
Move to extend to, what time is it?
11:30.
Yeah, 11:30.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Peterson. Motion to extend by Mr. Rivera to 11:30. Unanimous consent? I'm taking it. We're extended to 11:30. Okay, next in the queue, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So I'm mostly comfortable with this amendment, that's why I seconded it. I think where I would maybe want to take out the qualifier is the resulting effect of such changes, if any, on local property taxes. I would actually like to limit it if there are effects on local property taxes, and for that I will move to amend the amendment to remove the words "if any."
Second, and I'll just note if Ms. LaFrance doesn't mind that Dean added that to what I drafted. So if Dean wants to speak up, or I think it was Dean, not Matthew, right, that drafted it. If you went up to that, we could ask him to, but.
So an amendment
Sorry,
to the
Matthew.
amendment is on the floor by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson, and the amendment to the amendment would strike on the last line, "if any."
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chair. And to speak to it very briefly,
ahead.
since we now have a little bit of time, is that there has to be an effect. And so then the communication has to be more targeted. The "if any," I think, could leave open the possibility that there was some change to other sources of municipal revenue, and there really wasn't any change, but there's a disagreement that one body decided to tax to the cap or something like that. And it just isn't just enough wiggle room, I think, to leave the door open to what we're trying to avoid versus the example Ms. Quinn Davidson gave, school bond debt reimbursement's not going to be paid. There's definitely effect on your taxes. That is what we are telling you about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. On the amendment to the amendment, Mr. Rivera? Oh, got it. Thanks. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm kind of leaning away from supporting this just because I think both the Assembly and the administration have means of communicating with the public. And, you know, whether that's social media, as we've seen the administration use recently for their messaging, or if that's through our offices, we can get the word out to the public about information they're going to see on their tax bill. And if there's a specific example like you've used for this amendment, I think I would rather use more specific language. Because I really think we need to tighten up the messaging as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. On the amendment to the amendment, Mr. Constant?
Actually, I'm in for the main.
Okay, thanks. I took you out, so go ahead and put yourself back in. I'm not sure who is Assembly Guest 2.
That would be me, Legislative Counsel Matthew Hurt. Sorry, just to explain the insertion of "if any," if I may, ma'am.
Go ahead.
The reason I inserted that language was to make it clear that there did not have to be a change to the property taxes of the individual taxpayer in order for the Assembly to address it, or the mayor to address it. If there were a change to other sources of revenue to the municipality, but it would not impact anybody's property taxes, I wanted to make it clear that they would be able to say as much in that communication. But if the body sees that as causing more confusion as opposed to less, then I understand.
Thank you, Mr. Hurt. Ms. Quinn Davidson, on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you. I was just going to respond to Mr. Voland quickly that it seems like it would be easy to communicate with the public clearly, but it just turns out it's really difficult. And I think that with an issue like this that's technical, it's even more difficult to capture people? You know, first of all, a lot of people aren't on social media, but then do you capture people on social media with talking about school bond debt reimbursement and the mill rate? Probably not. So I think it's kind of difficult to get people in a space where they're paying attention and where they're trusting what they're reading, because it's social media, it's a pitch, you know, Assembly has a plan for the Arctic Rec Center, that sort of thing. So I think here it's just, here are the facts, and I like that's what you were, you know, Meg and Chris are trying to get to. These are just the facts, and I think that including this for that reason in that space makes sense. I think Meg has an amendment that she wants to make this a lot tighter and cleaner, which I support. But anyway, just in response, just something to think about.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. And Mr. Constant is in for the main motion or the main amendment, and we are on the amendment to the amendment, and I don't see any other members in the queue, so members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment, which would strike on the last line, if any.
Mr. Presverdia, how do you vote?
Yes.
The amendment to the amendment is approved 11-0. We are now back on the amendment as amended. Mr. Constant, are you on the main motion or the amendment?
The main.
Okay. Ms. Zalatel on the amended amendment?
I move to amend so it reads, information on changes to non-property tax sources, striking the word other, of municipal revenue and the resulting effect of such changes on local property taxes.
Second.
The amendment to the amendment has been moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Quinn-Davidson, and the clerk will get the language up on the board here. Do you want to speak to it in the meantime, Ms. Zalatel?
I think we've pretty much discussed it. It's trying to get this as narrow as possible so that whatever is included in the property tax bill is because there's a change resulting from something related to non-property tax revenue. So that way it's not about how much is being taxed without there being an explanatory thing. It's not about whether or not we tax to the cap. It's about whether or not there was some other revenue that wasn't property tax based that changed that required us to make an adjustment. I hope that's clear. It felt like it was clear as mud, but I think you all get the intent that it doesn't become about whether or not one body or the other is trying to leverage more property taxes just because versus because there's not a revenue source that was typically something we were counting on.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. And the language is up on the screen, and the amendment to the amendment proposes to strike on the first line other and insert non-property tax. So it reads, information on changes to non-property tax sources of municipal revenue and the resulting effect of such changes on local property taxes. Seeing no other members in the queue on the amendment to the amendment, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
The amendment to the amendment is approved 11-0. We are now back on the amendment as amended. And Mr. Constant, you're in for the main motion.
Yep, thank you. So this project arose really... Okay.
Seeing no members in the queue on the amendment, members may proceed to vote on the amendment as amended.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
The amended amendment is approved 10-1. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. This project arose for me after I spent weeks, maybe more than a month, issuing a response to impassioned communications from members of the public who were responding to the letter in their tax bill, that I'm just going to say it was an outright lie, demonstrably. And what was amazing about that was all I had to do was copy and paste the facts, including the links to the debates, in a simple reply that I made back to all of those people consistently, and I was able to demonstrate to them, to the satisfaction of most, that what they had been told in that letter was false. I wasted so much time. I burned up so much precious time trying to correct a record that didn't need to be falsely created. And in fact, just a month ago, or less than a month ago, we received a communication from a member of the public who somehow just managed to lift that paper out of the pile of their records and said, "Oh my God, I can't believe you've done this." And it was like, Lord, this false information just won't die. And so the purpose of this ordinance is to ensure that when we are reaching into the homes of every taxpayer, the communications that we send are content neutral and not intended to be used to persuade to a political end.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yeah, Mr. Constant's bringing me back in time. I remember Claire helping us respond to, hundreds and hundreds of emails, directing them to the budget stuff. Forrest and I trying to draft some comprehensible email about what we've done on the budget. Anyway, thank you, I guess, for reminding me of that. But just wanted to thank you both for working on this. I think it's a good idea, and I appreciate you putting in the work to do it, especially in April. Very smart timing.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2023-39 as amended.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
Item 14K is approved 11-0. The next items on the agenda involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license and/or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative role because these are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications except in liquor license applications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. We now have before us item 15A, resolution number AR 2023-105, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Anchorage Retail Management LLC, a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M30459, doing business as Alaska Grown Cannabis, and located at 2505 Fairbank Street, Unit 1 in Anchorage. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one. Public testimony on this item is now closed.
Move to
What
approve.
is the will of the body?
Second.
Second.
Motion to approve by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Constant? Mr. Peterson? Who seconded? Okay, Mr. Peterson. I want to note that Jana Weltzine, attorney, is available to answer any questions. She's available by phone. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2023-105.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
Item 15A is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 15B, resolution number AR 2023-106, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for the retail sale of alcohol with winery license number 6109 for CSMASM LLC DBA 61 Degrees North Winery in the I-1 Light Industrial District located at
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one. Public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. A motion to approve was made by Mr. Rivera,
This is a good night. This is a good
seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2023-106.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Item 15B is approved 11-0. That brings us to audience participation. Are there any members here of the public who wish to participate? If so, please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes. Seeing no one, we will move on to Assembly member comments. I'll start to my right with Mr. Solt.
No comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Perez-Verdia, any comments? Ms. Dern, any comments?
No comment, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Dern. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the more I think about it, the more I'm a bit frustrated by the motion to postpone the facial recognition technology ordinance, but I'll deal. I'll get over it. Mr. Sweet won't be here on Friday, so Mr. Volan and I will be leading our part of the work session. In order to make this work session useful to everyone, I'm going to ask folks to get Mr. Volan and I your questions in writing ASAP, because we are not the subject matter experts, but we will do our best to be prepared by Friday. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Sweet?
Well, to piggyback off that, the reason I'm not going to be here is because I'm going to be in Juneau on my lobbying trip for this session. It's not quite as ambitious an itinerary as maybe I was hoping. My day job kept me away from being able to get briefed on the full variety of subjects I was originally going to speak on. So instead, I'm just going to focus on access to Medicare, which is a crisis right now with that issue, as well as asking for reforms to election law. So I'm very much looking forward to getting to speak with legislators. Although it's not as ambitious of a list of lobbying items, I'm speaking to nearly every single member of the Anchorage caucus in 3 days. So that part is very ambitious. So wish me luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweet. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, Mr. Rivera, I think one thing that I heard asked was hopefully an S1 version that kind of incorporates everything to be able to read it. And, you know, it's not often that my peer from North Anchorage and I disagree. And it's clearly colorful when we do. And I appreciate working with you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've already sent my items over to Mr. Hurt for the facial recognition, so hopefully he will be ready to assist you getting ready for Friday. And I just want to say, well, it was a big packet, but I really enjoyed tonight's meeting, and we burnt through a lot of material tonight, and so I just appreciate you all coming so prepared and ready to engage in this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was trying to think of a way that we could make sure that Mr. Sweet's there. And of course, I looked at the calendar. The only way I could think to do it would be to do it on the 25th and take it up before we are all swapped out. But I think that's probably feeling too stressful. But that could be an option, and we could do a work session closer to the 25th. So anyway, just throwing that out there. Yeah, like Meg, I thought the meeting tonight, Ann and I were talking about it too, and Barb, just really positive, and I just love working with you guys, and that was so sweet what you did earlier, and so over the top, and I'm going to miss all of you so much, and I'm so thankful I had this experience. So we have time, Suzanne, Pete, all of us, to talk on the 25th too, but I just want to say thank you for doing that. It was really meaningful to me.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would encourage you all to get your questions to Felix before the work session because I will also be in Juneau. And I did not know that Mr. Sweet was going to be there as well. So maybe we'll have to go get a drink at the Narrows or something. But one thing that we didn't get to tonight that is also going to be postponed to the 18th was Robin's really beautiful resolution on a Holocaust education, and if possible, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor to that.
Me too, please.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can I just butt in to quickly say, Felix, Dan, Joey, my comments about facial recognition, my questions are just, what's the S version? What are the differences? What don't you like about it? How do the amendments play in? So no specific technical questions, but just sort of an overview. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volin. Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Peterson?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I am not going to be in Juneau, and I've actually done that, been there, and so I'm going to let those folks go ahead and wear themselves out as they're trying to figure out a way to get everything done so they can adjourn and go home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I will just add thank you to everyone for all your work, including the work of staff and members of the administration, and that it's a very full April. And thanks for the additional time in advance and ongoing that everyone's putting in, including the special meeting next Tuesday, which will get I believe the deadline for that is Thursday at noon for any items for that. And with that, it's 11:29, and we are at...
Move to adjourn.
We are adjourned.